All right, I was not quite ready to go live, but Mother Nature doesn't care what the production side of things looks like. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect that is going to be covering a good deal of Rice County, so Northfield to Cannon Falls, down towards Zumbrota, and especially Faribault. You are in that severe thunderstorm warning, and that will be in effect for the next 40 minutes. That is for south central Dakota County, Rice County, and southwestern Goodhue County, and that will be in effect until 4 o'clock. Currently, the storm is producing 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That could change at any given moment. Okay, I was not quite ready for that. And I had three things suddenly chime off at once telling me that it was time to go live because there were warnings being issued. Hi, welcome to Black Sheep Weather live coverage of the severe weather potential across southern Minnesota. Everyone seemed to think it was going to be the US 14 and I-90 corridors, and I agree with that perception given the fact that the front has kind of stalled through the Twin Cities. I do have some questions about why Dakota and Scott counties are not in the tornado watch, given the geometry of that box. They specifically cut out the Twin Cities. So that is a question I would have for Chanhassen after the fact. But for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop myself off so I can finish getting things set up. I'm going to mute the microphone for just a moment because I need to pour some soda so I can have something to drink while we do this. So I will be back in just a second. I hate it when I forget what I'm doing and go to the wrong screen. All right, I am back, and wow, my one of the weather apps on my phone is just now notifying me of the severe weather warning near me. I'm like, well, it's in the same county. I guess that's not really near me as much as it's on top of me. So yeah, there is that. I need to check one thing real quick. I know that people have been reporting my audio is quiet, so let me work on that real quick. That'll be a quick fix. And inputs. Yeah, it's set quiet. There we go. That should be better. So wait, no, it's not. That should be much better. There we go. Yeah. Let's see what that looks like over here. That looks a little hot. All right, let's try that for a change. Yeah, I was defaulting to the wrong microphone and I hadn't caught it. So apologies to those of you who saw the earlier video today. The volume was quiet. It was not intended to be quiet. It was the fact that I hadn't caught that it was on the wrong place. So I'm waiting to see for the next warning update anything to see if my little handy tool that shows me the alerts is going to work or not, because it did not pick up on the tornado watch being issued. So I'm not sure what the heck is going on with it. Didn't see the tornado or the, excuse me, severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning down here that's going to move into Rice and Dakota counties from, I forgot the name of the county already. Good grief. It's going to be one of those days, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay, so I'm going to cheat here real quick. I'm going to do this and that. Rice County, southwestern Goodhue, and south central Dakota until 4 o'clock. I knew I was close on it. I just didn't have the right thing in mind. So we're going to goof things up here just a little bit. I'm going to try to move things around just a hair so I can. It's not going to let me do this, is it? Of course it's not. Mm-mm. Okay, I'm kind of stuck like this. Yuck. I wonder if I can reverse. Yeah. If you see me looking up a lot, it's because my primary radar display and the display where I have to actually control things is actually way up above my head. And I'm looking straight into the camera, which has my broadcasting stuff in it, but not my graphics or my radar program, so I can actually see what the hell's going on. What the heck's going on? Sorry about that. Let's minimize. And okay, let's do that. Okay. Don't tell me I'm not live. I will be cranky. Um, we're live. Okay, never mind. I got a pop up telling me the stream had ended, and I'm like, huh? I didn't end a stream. Thanks for playing. Okay. Now I'm starting to get my stuff organized here. There's that. Okay. Excuse me. Hopefully that did not make it to camera. Okay. Still watching the storm down here by Faribault. It's the only thing we have really on the radar, except for a bit of a severe storm down here by Baraboo, and that storm is wandering way out of the range of the radar at Chanhassen, so that's why it looks like it's weak and it's still warned. That storm actually started down by Prairie du Chien earlier today and has successfully moved itself all the way over to Baraboo. But I'm watching the storm down here by Faribault because it's starting to take on that really kind of distinct supercell shape. As it's starting to, I'll wait for it to come in here, right there. Boop. Go right there to the current image. Starting to see that kind of narrow little appendage out the back here. And we can see a bit of a hail core right over Faribault, actually. Faribault's probably getting hit with some quarter size, maybe a little larger hail right now. Not too worried about the one pink pixel. That's one of those where it's like one does not make for a terrifying thing. And of course, the next scan, it's definitely there. Okay. So looking at this, areas around Cannon City, you are about to get some serious hail. And looking farther upstream, Nerstrand, you're just going to miss it. But Wangs and Denison, you are now in the path of this hailstorm, and it is producing some large hail. What I was talking about with the shape, though, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit here. You can see how we're starting to get just a little bit of a notch right here to the southeast of Faribault, and I can't get it to show my mouse, unfortunately. But right below where it says Faribault, you can see just a little bit of an indentation. And I keep trying to show you with my mouse, and it's not going to work. But if you can see the T in Faribault, just straight south of it, there's a little bit of an indent. That is the inflow notch starting, and this storm may be starting to try to rotate. I haven't looked at the velocity data yet, but that's what it looks like to me. Maybe. We're a ways out from the radar, so it's kind of hard to tell. We might be getting, yeah, a little bit of an inflow notch here coming in, which means I'm going to watch this area back here right over 35. It's going to go just southeast of Faribault. And I wonder if that's just because we're looking at the delayed processing of the storm relative velocity. So yeah, that is definitely an area we are going to have to watch like a hawk here. So let me switch back to, do that. Yeah, nothing. Okay. Yeah, that's right where that is. Okay. So yeah, we're going to have to watch that. And I have lost my chat window. Where did my chat window go? Ah, great. Thanks. YouTube has decided I don't need to see my chat window. Fantastic. Bear with me here. If you've asked me a question on the chat, I apologize. For some reason, my chat window that I have up so I can see it without being logged onto the channel went away. So I'm not sure quite where I went. Why are you not? What the heck? Oh, I cannot type today. Oh, for Pete's sake. You ever just have one of those days where the fingers just do not want to type the right things? That's where I'm at today. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. Do, 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 do. There's my chat. Okay. It's got a chance to listen to myself complain. Oh, for Pete's sake. All right. There we go. Now I have a chat window up. Perfect. Okay. So looking at the storm down here by Faribault, that hail core is getting stronger. And I'm going to put this into motion so we can take a look at it and see exactly where it's going. I'm going to the okay. What the heck? Okay, today is going to be one of those days I can just tell. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, there it is. Something about the update and the way it drew the warning, it just decided to confuse itself thoroughly, which it did. Okay. I'm waiting for the next scan to come in on this storm down here by Faribault. Otherwise, there's a little bit of activity back over here. One cell really trying to get its act together. East of Lake Andes, northwest of Yankton in South Dakota. It's still a ways south of Sioux Falls. And you can see the front pretty clearly, at least part of it right here, running from Pipestone back down to Salem. You see that little thin grayish line? That is one of the boundaries that's out here. And we have a ton of boundaries across the southern parts of Minnesota into western Wisconsin and back into South Dakota. I know that they're probably going to issue another watch out here in South Dakota and southwestern Minnesota. They just haven't done it quite yet. All right. It is now 3:35, Monday, April the 13th, and as I said when I was first getting going, I was not prepared to go live today. I was prepared to go live. It was just more of the, oh, well, okay. So, yeah. But it is what it is. So, still waiting on the next update on this storm up here by Faribault. I'm not sure what's going to happen with it. Looks like they may have just updated it because it's flashing at me. Yeah, that storm's definitely starting to look a little more hookish. So let's see. Okay, we are now up to 1 3/4 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is over Faribault as of 3:35. And train spotters reporting golf ball sized hail. So that is definitely becoming a storm to be reckoned with. So that's that pinkish area running from Cannon Falls back down to Faribault. And especially this big cluster of pink right here, just to the east on 25. So Rice County 25, just north of Highway 60, moving up towards Nerstrand, up towards Rice County 42. And that looks like it will go through Denison and over to Wangs. It will not go through Northfield. Northfield, you're going to see some showers from this. You might hear some thunder, but not going to get the heart of it. Another area of probably small hail up here north and east of Nerstrand that's going to go through Wangs as well. So we've got two areas that are really starting to get it together. Another one over here by Goodhue. So yeah, this area is starting to actually develop. Got a little cell down here by Roscoe. The cell by Roscoe is going to be one to watch. I'm really starting to watch this cell here, still by Faribault, because there's a lot of lightning happening down here by Walcott. I think it's Walcott. It is Walcott. But this area right in here, and I'm thinking, let me look at it real quick. Okay. I saw this right here, and I was starting to look at it. It's a triple body scatter spike. And what that means is just the radar is seeing the large hail, and it's getting so much signal knocked back, it's actually causing refraction and reflection. So what you see is you actually will see a area come out from the storm where the hail is, pointing exactly away from the radar. And if I zoom out, the green dot is where Chanhassen is. And then if you could look right down a radar beam, you'd be looking right at that hail spike and then right down that little area that's going down towards Walcott. If that was a real return, I would be much more concerned because that would definitely tell me we have a hook trying to start up and some rotation going on. But as it stands right now, it does not look like there's much rotation in this. Some serious inflow, though, coming into it right on the south side of Faribault. So I'm going to have to watch this. Because there is some broad rotation that's there, but it's more that the storm is just, looks like it's running into it more than anything else. When it's showing a little bit of rotation, I don't buy it because what you want to see is that red and green. You want to see that in going. You know what that is? I have to think about this for a second. I got myself confused now that I'm talking because there's two different ways it happens. You can either have it across the radar beam or you can have it along the radar beam. It's along the radar beam. You want red on one side, green on the other. I had to think about it for a second. I had to talk myself through it to get it. So we still have our considerable severe thunderstorm warning down here by Faribault. That storm is moving east at 20, and that is producing golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So if you are in the area out towards Nerstrand, up towards Wangs, you are in the path of this thunderstorm. You want to be getting indoors and away from windows, as this storm does mean business with some fairly large hail. That storm over by Goodhue, that is starting to develop strongly as well. And so areas out towards Belvedere, over towards Lake City, and up towards Frontenac and Maiden Rock. You're in the path, well, Maiden Rock not so much, but areas from even north of Wabasha towards Lake City, kind of up towards Maiden Rock, depends on how far north this thing decides to ride because it's almost on the front. There's a nice little hail core there just southeast of Goodhue. Another good hail core right here north of Kenyon, northwest of Wanamingo, just southeast of Denison. And then we've got this long extended hail core right here over between Kansas City, heading down towards Highway 60, right along County Road 20 there in Rice County. Yeah, there's a lot going on right there. That's definitely something to keep an eye on. That lingering hail over northeast Faribault. It's looking fairly intense. Now, okay, I'm going to start really watching this. So we are starting to see some rotation here in this storm in Faribault. Because this is, notice that from where we looked at, I'm going to put this in motion so we can actually see it. I'm going to drop that out of the way. as we watch this, watch how the red and the green are mostly just right beside each other. And all of a sudden you see the green start to pull in up to the north. That storm is starting to rotate. And that is just to the northeast of Faribault Medical Center. And that's going to head up. That's going to head up just southeast of Kansas City. It's going to be to the west of Nerstrand. And that's going to head up, taking aim right about Denison. And that should be there in probably about, half an hour or so. If the storm does not go to the northeast. And that is entirely possible with a storm like this, that it will suddenly go off to the northeast. Sorry, I'm watching weather data come in and trying to get a handle on what's happening here. They went to sleep. What the heck is going on? Okay, 3:40. Something's not right here because I'm not getting the updates on these warnings like I should be. Great. Okay, I am going to try something here real quick. See if I can fix this. Okay. I'll drop that warning for the moment so we can see the radar, see how the storm is developing here. Stop. Let's get that out of the way. Come on. Why are you in pointy mode? There. Yeah, right in here. Huh. Velocity dip bears it out as well. Normalized rotation is starting to get fairly. Yeah. Areas between Prairieville and Cannon City up towards Nerstrand, you want to keep a very, very close eye on this storm. This storm is starting to rotate, and given the environment that's in place, it could easily become much more intense and actually start really causing some problems with possible spin-up tornadoes. And with the environment today, they could be strong tornadoes, EF2 or stronger. So we want to make sure that we are ready to take our tornado action plan seriously and do it right away. What? Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, we did just get an update on that, and of course I killed it, so it's not going to show it to me anyway. So we are now up to Hennig size hail in Faribault, so 2-inch hail, 345 in Faribault, which is what we expected now. Nerstrand and Northfield around 355. Nerstrand Bigwood State Park is affected as well. So we have observed 2-inch hail and wind gusts to 60 miles an hour. No tornado possible tag on this. I'm a little surprised, but not a lot surprised, but a little. Chanhassen and I don't see eye to eye on things like this at times, so I'm not too surprised they don't have the possible tag on it. So there we go. Sorry, I'm trying to see if I can fix this thing and get it to work. Uh, um, no, configure. Okay. Okay. I gotta look at this thing. I apologize. I'm trying to debug a little code here real quick to figure out why I'm not getting warnings. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, yeah. If you're in Faribault, you've already seen the worst of it. Cannon City and areas downstream. So Cannon City, Nerstrand, Denison, Wangs, you're in the path of this. I'm watching to see if the storm's going to try to suddenly make a dog leg off to its left to the northeast, because if it does, that will start pushing it into some more bigger areas, it's going to bring it closer to Northfield, which is not where we want it to be. Okay, so this is that feed. Okay. So now I'm curious. Do I have the wrong? Sorry. I'm going to talk to myself while I do this. I apologize. So I was trying to figure out what's going on, why this isn't working. You know. Okay. It's there. Okay. Do, 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 do. Okay. That's that. Come on. One other thing I need to check here. Okay. Okay. So everything's there. Okay, we're gonna try this one more time. That means I need to refresh over here. Did it decide not to work? There it goes. So let's see if this actually updates the way I want it to. The way it should. Also looking at... There we go. You're going to lose everything here for just a second. I apologize, everybody. There we go. Okay. Try that full screen. And we just did get an extension of that warning, and that's going to go out towards Red Wing. That's going to include all of Goodhue County. It says Zumbrota to Cannon Falls, Red Wing, Hay Creek, Vasa, Welch, and Zumbrota all the way down over to Belchester. You are all in this new severe thunderstorm warning, and that is for 1 3/4 inch hail. Golf ball size is how they described it. 9 miles south of Cannon Falls, and that is also producing 60-mile-an-hour winds. And no tornado possible tag. There is a little rotation in this storm. I'm not sure how much of it is legit rotation, but we're going to keep an eye on it and make sure we know what's going on with it. Okay, so with that, we're still, I don't know what's going on with this. It was working beautifully before. It's not working worth a shnikes now. Okay, so that's that. Do that. Do that. I almost feel like I'm looking at something's just not quite right here. I'm going to pop off camera again. We're going to try this one more time here. Oh, shoot. I forgot to change that so you can actually see it. I apologize, folks. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah. And somewhere up here. There it is. There we go. Sorry about that. I'll zoom back into this cell down here. Well, the storm's got something funky going on, but right now, I mean, it definitely is producing large hail. Definitely producing large hail. So 1 3/4 inch hail is the rule, just from about Kansas City, pretty much following the path of that um, pinkish line up towards Denison and Wangs. And so, sorry, what caught my eye is this little dingly bit, for lack of a better term. Yeah, that little dingly bit. That's scientific term, by the way, dingly bits. What that usually indicates is, where the heck? So just south of Kansas City. Okay, that makes more sense. I had to look at where it was. Yeah, this area right in here. So away from the radar, that would make sense. Where's the radar? Yeah. There's a little rotation in there again, I think. I'm also sus about this little finger right here. I mean, this is a hail spike, but the hail spike ends abruptly, and there's a little bit of a dip in right here. Um, Different product I want to look at. I got to find it real quick. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. So yeah, we're definitely looking at what is a convincing shape on radar. Does not mean that anything's going to happen with it, but the shape is convincing. It'll be one of those days where everything that can go wrong will. What the heck? Okay. So it's there. Okay. I'm trying to keep an eye on this. Oh, hey, hello. Um, Hi, Twin Cities. Not to forget about you, but I kind of forgot about us. So we've got storms developing now out south of Watertown, north of Mayer, and north about west of Mound, Lake Minnetonka area. So right along Highway 7, some other activity, some showers going up here. Brooklyn Center over towards Vadnais Heights. Another shower down here by Maplewood, and a bit of a thunderstorm out here by Stalewater and Bayport. And it looks like some showers down here, just about to clip the northern part of Dakota County. So West St. Paul, South St. Paul, towards Woodbury, you're going to see some rain here. Those are storms that definitely going to have to be watched, because north of the front, which it's it's confusing where the front is, and I don't pity the people who have to analyze these things, because even with the data I'm looking at, it's hard to tell where it's at. But you can see the red and blue splashed line through here. Where's my? Do I have a doodler? I do. I don't remember where it's at. Dang it! It's the problem with me not using this tool as often as I should. I sometimes forget where things are. Draw. There we go. So our front runs right along this line. Close enough. So everything to the north here. So up here, and up here. This is all the area that could see hail up to 2 inches. Oh, we have a tornado warning now. There we go. Observed. Observed? Oh, no, it's a destructive storm warning. Okay, it looks like a tornado warning popped up. Sorry. So we now have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas City. 3 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. 3 inch hail has been observed by trained spotters. So Ruskin, Northwood, Bigwood State Park, and Nerstrand are in the path of this storm. Let me clear this off of here. So that is this area that I was looking at right in here. So right here, you guys can't see where I'm mousing. I keep forgetting about that. Well, let me grab my doodler tool again. Doodle, doodle, doodle. I'm going to change my, yeah, you know what? That red works. So let's just do it that way. So right in, I keep forgetting I can't close that thing. If I close it, I don't have access to it. I just need to move it. That's what I need to do. There we go. So what we're looking at is this area right in here, which is kind of hard to see. Let me clear that real quick. You can actually see it on this. That will be visible. Okay. So we're looking at this area right in here in the blue box. And that area is seeing 3 inch hail. Okay, now we have a tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado near Faribault moving east at 15. Tornado on baseball-sized hail. You heard me right, baseball-sized hail. So let's clear this out. This is starting to get complicated here. So the tornado warning would be for this area right back here, just southeast of Kansas City. And I'm gonna switch product here real quick. They said near Faribault. I don't. It's awful messy. Yeah, I mean, it's almost like they were seeing things that I saw a bit ago. Okay, I need to. Oh, okay, so Nerstrand over towards Westito, you were in the path of this, but right now, given the storm speed at 15, areas from Kansas City to Nerstrand, you were in the path of this severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. So areas along Minnesota 246 from where it crosses Highway 56 all the way up to where it goes up to the west of Denison and turns right there. That area right in there is in the path of a 3-inch hail and also a tornadic thunderstorm. So there's a tornado warning rather for the smaller polygon here. I'm gonna see if I can draw this. We'll draw it in purple because that's the color I have set up. It's just a little easier that way. So what we're looking at is, let me have my drawer, is right here would be where the rotation is. And I just drew that wrong. So our rotation is here. It's going to move this way, but it's only moving easterly at about 15. The area up here is where the large hail is, the 3-inch hail. That's also moving to the east and northeast. We have another area of large hail that's up by Bell Creek, and that's going to move towards Vasa. And so that is what we're looking at here in south central Minnesota and southeast Minnesota. But not to be forgotten, I need to grab a doodle mode. I don't want to. Okay. And close it. Look back at these storms back up here, north of the front. And thunderstorm out here, thunderstorm north of Mound. Another thunderstorm, or at least another heavy shower up by Amory. There's some lightning in these storms in the North Metro, but nothing severe. Everything right now, as it is down here around Faribault and Northfield. Though I'm looking back, I'm going to jump over real quick to watch this little shower, for lack of a better word, a little blip between Jackson and Fairmont, north of Alpha and Sherburne. That's going to have to be watched because that is in that area where everything is primed. But for now, we're going to watch this storm here in Faribault because it is producing very large hail. It's also producing a possible tornado. And that's going to be right in this area here. Boy, that's just sloppy. Who's closer? I think I'm going to look at La Crosse. This is one of those where I'm going to compare radar products and see what I see. Ew. Yeah, it's a mess no matter how you look at it. So, yeah, there's that hail spike from La Crosse. You can see it shooting out here towards Montgomery. That's not rain. That is the hail spike from that large hail out there. So, Goodhue County, you're probably wondering, why am I under a severe thunderstorm warning? It's because of this area. I'm going to jump back to Minneapolis radar. This area back here, back towards Bell Creek and Cannon Falls, down towards Wanamingo. Area right there by Bell Creek is producing large hail as well. 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible. There's another cell that just is about to go through Lake City. That was over here in southeastern Goodhue County as well. And then we've got this monster storm back here between Kansas City and Northfield. So areas by Denison up towards Bell Creek. You're in the path of some extremely large hail, 3 inches, possibly bigger. I think the last reported size was 2 3/4 inches. And then we do have a tornado warning down here in Rice County, and that is going to be for areas between Kansas City and Nerstrand. And that storm is capable of producing a tornado, and that area was moving east at 15 miles an hour. So I'm going to take a look at rotation again. If there's anything happening, boy, it's so hard to tell in this. I mean, there's rotation. It's just not clean You can't really see it easily. I'm going to try. Hey, that almost works. Okay, so way toward. Oh, yeah, there's definitely some rotation trying to the east of Kansas City. Looking at the terminal Doppler weather radar from Cottage Grove, this is a very high resolution but very limited range radar that is used mostly around the airport for detecting wind shear and turbulence. But it is a proper weather radar as well. So the area that I'm looking at right in here, that would be where our storm is. Excuse me. And that's going to be south and east of Kansas City, a little bit northwest or west of Kenyon, and southwest of Nerstrand. That is going to be the area where that tornadic possibility is. The storm looks like it. I mean, that is the classic screaming eagle shape that you would see in Oklahoma or Texas or Kansas later in the spring. Not something I would expect to see here in Minnesota. So that is an impressive storm. They have consolidated the warnings down. So Rice County, you are still in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 3-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. The hail has been observed at 3 inches, so this is a destructive storm. That will expire in 43 minutes. So that's going to expire at 4:45. And then we have our tornado warning, which will expire in 28 minutes. So that will expire here at 4:30. And then we have the severe thunderstorm warning for 1 3/4 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds that will also expire at 4:30 for Goodhue County. So that is all the warnings we have in our coverage area. But just keeping an eye, you'll see me dive north a little bit here. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on this area of activity from Watertown, Minnesota, up towards Maple Plain through Maple Grove and Brooklyn Park. I can say those place names. Up towards Lina Lakes and Hugo, and then curving back down towards Stillwater and towards Somerset and New Richmond. That's going to bear watching, mainly because this area has the capability of producing very, very large hail as well. That's one of the things the Storm Prediction Center was worried about. And then also looking at this line back here from Cottonwood up towards Atwater and Litchfield, that will also need to be watched. So we have a lot of areas to watch, but right now our focus is laser in on Faribault in Rice County. This area up here just to the northwest of Nerstrand. It looks fantastic on radar, but boy, the presentation in the velocities is just lousy. So conventional. Oh, that looks better. So right here, you guys can't see it. I'm drawing with my mouse again, and y'all still can't see it. So let me grab my draw. I need to create a shortcut for this. So my draw, the area we're looking at for where the tornado would be right in here. Really lives right about there. And so that's what we'd be looking at. Where we'd expect the tornado. There could be something down here. We could be seeing an extension where there's another cell coming up behind it. It's most likely this is a daughter cell. So we have the big supercell here, and it's actually starting to give birth to its own storms. It's creating its own weather around it. But this area, right where the blue circle is, I'm going to draw that as a line now. So this is moving towards the east, and they said east, and it's really kind of more of a northeast. I can't draw a straight line to save my life. But that's where we're looking at right here. And so that's going to pass over 246 just north of Nerstrand, and that's going to move over towards Westito and Hayter along US 52. So that area, if you're in east central Rice County out towards Nerstrand, or you are out in western Goodhue County, and you are, what is that road? It's the road that goes through Wangs, and I can see it, but I can't think what the name of it is. And so I'm going to have to do a little thinking here, or cheat and zoom in. That is Goodhue County 9. There we go. So if you're, well, especially if you're along the Minnesota 56 corridor between Wangs and Kenyon, that is going to be really the kind of the danger area. I would say closer to Wangs is going to be more like it. Still have that huge hail core just about to cross over 246 here, north of Nerstrand, between Nerstrand and Denison. It's going to go closer to Denison. Denison, prepare for very large damaging hail. The severe thunderstorm warning for the 3-inch hail does cover your area. It does go right up to the county line. Still the tornado warning in effect, and that is for this area south of the hail core, where you can see that nice little C shape right here, north and west of Nerstrand, kind of wrapping around Nerstrand. That's where our circulation would be. And as I had previously stated, there we go. That's looking better. So that's away. That's towards, yeah. So right here, we're starting to, I was afraid we were going to start to see something tighten up. So just north and west of Nerstrand. So right here, north of the Nerstrand Big Woods Campground, right over the Prairie Creek Woods State Natural Area. That's going to move up over 246 Kane Avenue. That's going to be Rice County 30 at that intersection, moving up towards Goodhue County 49, and that's going to take it up, moving towards Wangs. It's going to, oof. If I'm in Wangs, even if I'm in Denison, I'm going to be taking my tornado precautions now because this storm has been, they labeled it as moving east, but it really seems to be moving more on a northeasterly turn. It's along the coral front, so it's got everything it needs to produce a tornado. But right now, we do not have a tornado on the ground. It is just radar indicated for baseball-sized hail and possible tornado. And I'm expecting an update on that one anytime. We haven't had an update now in about 15 minutes, so we're due. And Goodhue County, you saw that severe thunderstorm warning until 4:30. Right now, there's nothing too severe. You've hit a heavy area right about the areas between Cannon Falls and Bell Creek, over toward then another pocket in Lake City, but nothing severe in that yet. The hail core north of Bell Creek was producing larger hail earlier. Another cell going up here south of Hastings. That's also in that prime environment. Just taking a quick peek back into our development area. Okay, nothing going on there. Okay. So taking a look at our tornado warning, we're going to focus in on this. One thing I'm noticing is the lightning is south of it. It's almost like the radar is off. Oh, I don't like that at all. Yeah, right here. Okay, if that's not a tornado on the ground, I'll be surprised. So let's look at rotation. Yeah, okay, Enrot. Yeah. I'll take a look at that in the loop right there. Oh boy, I would say right in there it could be. This is one of those where it's too soon for the correlation coefficient product to really show us anything, but that rotation signature north and west of Nerstrand. So that's right along County Road 30, right before it crosses 246. So if you're in the northern part of County Road 42, north of the wildlife management area up towards Denison, Wangs, and even over towards Soane, and north of Nansen, you need to be prepared for a tornadic thunderstorm to move through your area. We do not have a tornado warning yet for Goodhue County, but I expect that to be happening imminently as this storm is definitely increasing in strength and the rotation is definitely getting stronger. Yeah, taking a look at the normalized rotation, this area right here is showing strong signs of rotation. And until we get another scan, I don't have a solid, thank you. Ask and you shall receive. Okay, that looks even worse. Enrot, still showing it. Yeah, we still got, okay, so that I'm expecting everything to be right there and it's not. So I have to wait for the scan just came through, but now I have to wait a couple of minutes for it to actually process the data and generate those, what I call value-added products. All right, we just got the tornado warning extended into Goodhue County, and that's going to run from Bell Creek to Wanamingo to just north of Kenyon and areas by Denison. So Denison, Wang, Soane, Wastedo, over towards Bell Creek, Hayter, Asplund, Wanamingo, Norway, Nansen, north of Kenyon. Kenyon, you are not in the warning. It's just to your north. But those areas in Goodhue County, that is a radar indicated tornado warning for a storm capable of producing a tornado over Nerstrand or 8 miles southeast of Northfield, moving east at 15, still producing baseball sized hail and a tornado possible. That is what we're looking at. So I kind of feel sorry because I know a whole bunch of chasers are down here in the area between Albert Lee and Worthington. I know there's several in Blue Earth. And so I'm kind of trying to keep an eye on those and see what's happening with them. And let me switch. There we go. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to juggle multiple sources of information here. Did I minimize that? I did. I keep forgetting that won't do that. So one thing I do not like about Mac OS, I'll just kind of how the sausage is made here. You cannot have an app full screen. If you switch to another app, it will minimize the full screen app. You cannot just have another app and keep capturing the full screen. If you do that, it just doesn't work. And it's frustrating as all get out. And so I'm a little irritated. Application capture, yeah, might work better. I'm going to try and change this real quick and see if that will make my life simpler. There we go. So we did get the new scan through. There it is. Yeah, I'm still showing that rotation right here north and just basically north of Nerstrand. The normalized rotation is a little less. And I wish I could step back about 2 frames in this. Yeah, I don't see any signs of a debris signature. So that's good. It looks like we may have just had an area of tight rotation that did not produce. There may have been a funnel cloud in that. We don't know until we get some spotter reports in. But again, Denison, you are in line for some very, very large hail. This storm has been producing hail to the size of baseballs. So Denison Wangs and up towards White Rock and Bell Creek, you're in the line of the hail core of this storm. And just to its south, so right now just north of Nerstrand, this is going to go up more towards Westito and up towards Ryan. That's where the tornadic circulation is. This storm is only moving to the east at 15 miles an hour. It is taking its sweet time getting through here. And it looks like we've got a little bit more development just to the north of Faribault. So a new area of activity forming up. Still watching this area over here by Lake City. This area has not really moved. I'm actually going to put this whole thing in motion. And it's moved up and then it just kind of stalled. So areas around Stockholm, Lake City, you've gotten quite a bit of rain here, but nothing severe. The activity north and basically kind of wrapping around to the north side of the Twin Cities, and that includes that line all the way back kind of from Redwood Falls up to Brooklyn Park. And then that curls up and around over towards New Richmond, north of Stillwater. That's all racing to the north, but nothing severe in that. But definitely seeing some activity really starting to form up now. That line's starting to form from this tornadic supercell back here in far eastern Rice County. And that's starting to really develop a full line going all the way into Pepin County in Wisconsin and even into Buffalo County. Actually, I think that's Trempealeau. Now that I've said that. Yeah, it is Trempealeau. Okay. Wrong county. I've lived in Minnesota now for 30 years, and I still occasionally forget which county's where. It happens to the best of us. All right. So, just keeping an eye on the storm down here by Faribault. This is our really nasty storm. It really is. You know, mhm, that's too far out. So that's not in the right spot. I'm just looking at the different products, kind of just not justifying, but looking where things are and like, okay, does this make sense for what I think I'm seeing? And in most cases, right now, it is not, which is a good thing. We don't want anything that I think I'm seeing to actually be happening because that would be bad. It means we have a tornado on the ground or imminent. So I'm very happy with the fact that I'm not seeing anything legit, which is good. But again, this storm has that screaming eagle shape that I keep saying screaming eagle shape, and I'm gonna point that out here in just a second. I'm doing a little set work. So when we talk about screaming eagle shape, we'll zoom out a little too far here. Oh, there's next scan. Perfect. If you think of this area from Denison up towards Vasa, back up towards Red Wing, you can kind of see like a bird shape there. Think of a bird swooping down, and then you've got it looking down because it's trying to find the prey it's about to go snack on. So that's what this area down towards Nerstrand is. And if I'm in Nerstrand, between Nerstrand and Denison, I would love to hear from you because that is looking quite intriguing on radar. I'm going to see if it keeps my product alive. I think it will now. Yes, it will. Hey, all right. Woohoo. All right. So, otherwise, that's where I was at. Sometimes you forget what you're doing. There we go. So this area around Nerstrand, this is where the little notch in between this little blop, scientific terms, and the hail core up here by Denison. The blob is what is where things should be. There's not a lot of lightning in the area. It's all out here in front. And all these little dots, I'm going to change how these are presented because those little dots are hard to see on the live stream, I know. So let's switch that out as soon as I remember how to do it. Actually, I'm going to turn on traffic cameras. I'm going to see if we have anything out here. I don't think we do. Of course we don't. However, let's see if maybe, of course. That's not what I wanted to do. So this is a live view from Goodhue County 9 and 52, US 52, looking to the northwest. So they're looking here from this camera, looking northwest. And so they're looking out into this area ahead of the storm. All right, we have an update on the tornado warning. Still radar indicated, still baseball-sized hail. The tornadic rotation or the tornadic circulation, as it is over Nerstrand, or about 10 miles southeast of Northfield, moving east at 15. Other areas in the path of this will be Nerstrand Big Woods State Park. So yeah, hopefully if anybody's out that way camping or anything like that, they have sought shelter long ago. Another storm blowing up behind this one, up north of Kansas City. Faribault, you missed out on this one. Consider yourselves lucky on that one. Let's switch cameras here real quick. And this is 35 southbound at just a little bit north of Faribault. And the camera that you now see there with the person taking the exit, the bottom, that is that view from Wastito. I forgot, didn't realize I had it out of shot there. Unfortunately, the good cameras that I would love to see and love to be able to pull up and show you something. Minnesota likes to aim their cameras at the ground, which is what they're there for. They're traffic cameras. I mean, that's what they're there for. But at the same time, it would be really nice if we could say, hey, look up into the west. Or, hey, can you zoom this camera in and point it towards this storm? Well, this is 52. This is looking east for at 142nd Way and 52 in Rice County, or Goodhue County, rather, Goodhue County. And looking east, you can tell it is dark to the south and behind the camera because it's very bright in front. So yeah, that's a storm up here that is just absolutely wreaking havoc. Hail core up by Denison. Denison's just been getting pounded with large hail. Take a look at rotation on this. Yeah. Rotation should be right in here. It should be just be crossing over the Goodhue Rice County line. Yeah, it's there. So be right there along County Road 42, where it becomes Goodhue County 49. That area. So be north and west of Nansen, and southeast or southwest of Wangs is where we're looking at here. Zoomed way in on this. So between County Road 42 and the Goodhue County line, right along County Road 49 in Goodhue County, over towards Highway 56, that is the danger area where we do have that tornadic rotation. It is not on the ground. I have not seen a report of a funnel cloud. It's right now, it's just radar indicated. I have not heard or seen any reports of a funnel cloud, so that is good news. But for now, it is still a tornado warning. We're going to respect the polygon. So areas from Norway, Asplund, Wanamingo, all the way up to Wastito through Hayter, almost up to White Rock and Bell Creek. You've got some time. The storm is poking along, but Soane and Wangs up to Wattestito, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now. If you are in the area from Denison up towards Wangs, north of Soane, going up towards US 52, right about the, what is that? I know where the split is. I can see it in my head, but there's nothing really there. Up towards White Rock, that area is in the path of destructive hail. 2 3/4 inch hail has been observed for quite a while now with this storm. And so we're going to keep an eye on it. Looking out at this area up here, north of Lake City, by Stockholm and Frontenac and Old Frontenac, over towards London, Wisconsin, and to Pepin County. Pepin County now has a severe thunderstorm warning for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That will expire here in a half an hour. So let's say 30 minutes until 5 o'clock. So 39 minutes. The 9 looked like a 0. I apologize. So 5 o'clock for this Pierce County warning. No warnings yet from La Crosse down here for Trempealeau County. I think that's Trempealeau. I have to look. Can't be because that's, well, it might be. Yeah, I need to grab my county map. I know. So right now, still have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for far eastern Rice County for 2 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Goodhue County is now an observed 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That will expire in 8 minutes. That will likely be reissued as this storm is moving into Goodhue County. And I'm assuming they will probably update that and then areas from Zumbrota to Vasa up to Welch. That area would probably be where I would see the severe thunderstorm warning getting reissued for the hail. But there's also that tornado warning in effect for this rotation down here between Denison and Kenyon. And that rotation, I mean, the storm just looks fantastic on radar, but the rotation's not there anymore. And it's just really not there. So one of the products I'm going to look at real quick is vertically integrated liquid. Jeez Louise. And this shows you hail cores where there is a lot of moisture in the cloud in the column. So we're bringing some pretty good sized hail up here north of Pepin, south of Plum City over here in Pepin County, Wisconsin. Another little hail core down here by Vasa. And then we have just this absolute kidney bean of purple that is just some, I mean, that's, yeah, that's about as big as you can get in terms of how much moisture the cloud can hold. And that is most likely large hail. And I'm noticing we have radar indicated. Radar indicated. Okay. Oh, because this tornado warning is 2 3/4 inch hail. So it has got the different tag on it. Okay. I was looking because this one, that, okay. It looks like one is outlined on the line and the other one doesn't. So that's why I was a little perplexed as if something had changed. So I'm going to see if we can pull up the Wagner Hill Way camera here at 52. And that is pointing south. That's almost useful. So let's try that one. Of course. And this is 52 southbound, south of 19. This is in Cannon Falls. And you can tell it's raining, but otherwise it doesn't look too bad. I was hoping that I might have it looking towards the southwest so we can look into this storm, but they don't. Now, if you're in the north half of the Twin Cities, even if you're in the central part, looking out towards this activity out here, Hutchinson towards Winstead, up towards Montrose, the activity across the North Metro going through Brooklyn Park, and the activity that's north and east of Stillwater, up towards Osceola to Glenwood City, all of that is general showers. No, not really any lightning even in it. Just some rain, which we do need. And I'm looking at the temperatures here in Apple Valley, Lakeville. We have been in the sun almost the entire day, and it shows because we're at 79 degrees here at Lakeville with a dew point of 58. So it's gotten a little moist down here. Look at Faribault. They were affected by that rain. So let's look Owatonna. They're at 73 with a dew point of 66. Wasika 73, dew point 62. So that's what we're looking at is those dew points coming up. Yeah, 75 degrees of 68 dew point in Albert Lee. Looking out towards Fairmont, 65 dew point, 74 degrees. So pretty juicy. And looking back, this is why you have to always kind of not forget where you're looking, but kind of look around you too. Is down here by Mankato and out here by Cleveland, and really kind of in a line from Kilkenny to Madison Lake to Mankato to Skyline, and almost down to Rapidan. Another area of little showers starting to form up, but they are south of the warm front. They're in this same air mass that this monster over here by Faribault is. So we're going to watch those carefully. I'm going to kind of zoom out here so we can keep an eye on both sets of storms. It's going to be a little difficult because this Faribault storm is starting to get east enough to where it's harder to keep both of them in frame. But I'm going to focus still on this storm out here in Goodhue County. So the tornado warning is still in effect until 5:15 for Goodhue County. And that is for tornado and baseball-sized hail. And that storm was over Nerstrand moving east at 15, and that was as of 4:09. So that was a whole 15 minutes ago. Cheskahasset, can we get an update on that one? Oh, we had an update on the warning in Rice County. That's going to be allowed to expire because that has moved out of the area, which we knew. And that area down here between Denison, just east of the Rice County line into Goodhue County. So the area between Wangs and, I was looking for a reference point down here, County Road 30, so Norway. That area is starting to really sharpen up. And it does look like the Earth Station might be trying to tighten up. So I'm going to kind of interrogate a few things here. Okay. Normalized rotation of the NROT feature doesn't really show us much of anything. The storm's presentation, if this storm was in Oklahoma, Kansas, or even Texas, I'd be going, there's a tornado on the ground, and it's a big one right here, right about where the big ball is, due east of Nerstrand. But the rotation is just not coming together on that storm. So we have a tornado warning in Goodhue County that is appropriate and needs to be respected. So areas from Wangs to Wastedo, down towards Asplund and Norway, over towards Hayter, north of Wanamingo, that is the area where this storm is slowly moving to. It's east of 15 miles an hour. So it's not racing to the east, but it is definitely showing signs of rotation. The structure is there, and it could become a tornado producer at any time. The other thing I'm noticing is that the hail core up here that was over Denison producing the monster size hail looks like it is weakening. Like we're not getting nearly as much purple, and it's now more of a pink. So it looks like the hail sizes may be coming down a little, but I wouldn't count on that one too much. It looks like that inflow channel is getting cut off. So keep an eye on that, but look at this area down here. There's two areas. There's the broad rotation up here between Nerstrand and Nansen, just a little bit north of that, about where County Road 49 and Minnesota 56 come together. But I'm also looking just a little bit east of 56, where County Road 14 makes the turn, and, well, one of them, up towards the first big turn. If you're coming off of County Road 30 and you're on 14, you make that big curve to go east. And that's another area where it looks like there could be some more rotation setting up. And given where everything else is, could be where rotation could start. And I'm going to make sure I'm on the Chanhassen radar. I am. I don't know why I thought I wasn't, because I'm seeing the activity back here. So yeah, that activity out here towards Mankato is definitely starting to get stronger. There's County Road 14 north of Riverfront Drive, and that is looking southeast. And if we look and zoom into this, there is no lightning around this storm. Well, there's a couple of strikes up here north of Madison Lake, but by far our biggest storm is this storm up here between Denison and Norway, north of Kenyon in Goodhue County. And there's the warnings out from good. So if you're in Rice County, you are out of the warnings for now. Goodhue County, that severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed out quite a bit. Severe thunderstorm warning near Stanton, or 11 miles east of Northfield, moving east at 25. Still producing 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. I'm going to take that back. That 2-inch hail is radar indicated. I thought it was observed, but that is just radar indicated. Still, 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds can do quite a bit of damage. So areas around Vasa, you're seeing some probably pea to dime-sized hail. And then we have our hail core up here east of Denison. High lightning activity up here by Denison, up by the hail core. That is starting to intensify. Yeah. One of the things we can look for when it comes to storm indications of, excuse me, tornadic potential, what's a possibility? Tornadic potential is you'll suddenly see an increase in lightning. And there's quite a bit of lightning out here in front of it. So areas are Wanamingo, over towards Zumbrota and Asplin. You're seeing a lot of lightning, but the storm is not that close to you. But then back on the back edge of this storm around Denison, they are just positively getting lit up with lightning. That goes from Stanton all the way down, almost down to Goodhue County 49. Wangs, you're in the hail right now. Taking a look at rotation. It's hard to say. I'm going to take a little bit bigger picture here, looking at some of the other activity here in Goodhue County. By far, the most concerning storm is the storm out here to the east of Nerstrand. That would be to the west of Hayter and Westito. And Wangs, you're in the hail. You're seeing lots of large hail right now. But I'm also watching the area up here around Vasa. Looks like there could be some weak rotation in that. Nothing that stands out and says, oh, let's be concerned about this. But it's just more of a, oh, that's interesting. But yeah, right now, the rotation that we're watching is this area that's moving away from Nerstrand now. It's into Goodhue County. It's paralleling 246 as you head over towards 56. And that is going to continue along County Road 30 there. So Norway, Asplund, Nansen, over towards Hayter. You're in the path of this circulation and areas north of Mineola as well. So I'm going to see if we can pull up any of these radars here, or radars, cameras. This is at 415th. Looking north. Okay. That's good to know for later. Looking to see if any of these cameras have been pointed west. And I don't think they have been. East. It's not the direction I want to look at. Again, these are traffic cameras and they are used for traffic. And so sometimes you get lucky and they have it turned the right way and you can see what you want to see. And other times it's like, no, you're not going to see jack squat. Okay. So we have our severe thunderstorm warning over here in Pepin County. And that is just a, excuse me, run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning. That is for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Back here in Goodhue County, we still have our tornado, or severe thunderstorm warning rather, for tornado possible. 2-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and I'm going to look exactly where that was at. 11 miles east of Northfield, moving east at 25. I'm just curious exactly which part of this they're talking about. Okay. Lightning's starting to pick up now around Asplund. Starting to get more in the inflow notch here, and then up here towards Denison. And I did say I was going to try to switch the lightning display here, didn't I? Sorry about that. I'm not even sure why I have it on dots. Yeah, I'm using it. In some ways, it's easier to see some things on this way. Still didn't leave it there. Gosh darn it. I was hoping it would, but it didn't. Okay. Blah. Okay. I think this is easier to see. Radar. Hi, there it is. Like, where'd the radar go? Should be there. Okay. Storm reports turned on now so we can see those. Back here towards Cannon City, 2-inch hail. Here by Denison, west of Denison, 1 3/4 inch hail measured. Still keeping an eye on this storm out here, south of Wings, north of Nansen. It just, this storm so desperately wants to become a tornadic supercell, and it just can't quite get it together. Excuse me. And this is a good thing. Though, excuse me, oh my gosh. Here's Wangs, and that hail core is now moving north of County Road 9, east of County Road 24 in Goodhue County. And that's going to be moving up. And even still getting some hail up here already towards US 52. A couple of reports of 1.5 inch hail. Looking to see if we've had any storm reports. Get some bigger hail up here north and east of Vasa, right here. So that's an area to watch. But going back to this area by Wangs, I love the fact every time I start to talk about it, it's like we had a new scan. So down here south of Wangs, south of Sound, north of Nansen, that rotation looks like it might be trying to tighten up around Wangs, but storm structure says it should actually be down here between Nansen and Wangs. Should be right over here, just north of County Road 49 and west of 14. So if you know where that area is north of Nansen, just to the north and west of that is where the weak circulation is. Not a strong rotation in the storm. As I say, that debates the velocity data. But there is some rotation there. But yeah, this storm, it just, it so wants to. Areas up towards Northfield, Waterford, back down just to the east of Dundas. So, Denison, you're going to get another storm here in just a little bit. Nothing severe at this time, but it's going to add insult to injury after the hail pounding you got earlier. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch. I'm going to zoom out because that's farther back into southwestern Minnesota, down here to northwestern Iowa, and far northeastern Nebraska and southwest or southeastern South Dakota. Big driver of this is going to be the cell that's blown up out here by Freeman, north and east of Menno, north and west of Spring Valley. I'm trying to find a reference point. North of Yankton on US 81, but south of I-90. It's kind of in between Yankton and I-90. With that is that severe thunderstorm watch there. We have our severe thunderstorm warning that continues for Pepin County. It's for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds for the next 20 minutes. We still have our tornado warning in effect, which has not been updated yet. I'm shocked that we have not seen an update on this. But at the same time, there's not really anything to update. The storm is just lackadaisically floating along. You know, the storm keeps trying to show areas of rotation, but then it shows one area of rotation, and then suddenly it decides, oh, no, no, no. Why were you looking there? It's over here. And it's a little maddening, I'll have to admit, that all of a sudden it's like, hey, we're not there anymore. Yeah, we are. So what I'm looking at and keeping my eye on closely is right here along Goodhue County 9 and Goodhue County 14. So east of Wangs, west of Westito, north of Nansen. The area right there is showing some signs of circulation. Very, very broad, but it's there. And just based on storm structure, I'm also watching the area down here along, again, County Road 14 and County Road 49. That area is still there. And also just because of my knowledge of storm structure and knowing how storms like to do things sometimes, the area north and west of where County Road 1 and County Road 44 in Goodhue County come together north of Asplund. That's another area I'm watching. Otherwise, still that little hail core, that is actually going to move up towards Red Wing. So Red Wing, Bay City, Wakuta, Trenton, you're going to see some rain and some hail here. Not the largest hail. You might see some hail to the size of quarters, but nothing like we were seeing earlier. So, all right, now we're still watching that big rotation down here. Yeah, it's trying. Boy. Looking back out here now, remember I said just was it 10 minutes ago? There's no lightning down here in Mankato. Wrong. So now we're starting to get some lightning and some definite development out here, especially the storm out here by Kilkenny in Minnesota. That is south of 99 along Highway 13. And that's going to be due west of Faribault. And so that storm is starting to come together pretty quickly. And it's got quite a bit of lightning with it. Storm up here by Northfield, that is starting to develop. But I think that one's going to have some trouble really getting going because of the big storm down here. It's going to get, I think it's going to get kept in check by the outflow from this big supercell that's moving over here into areas around Goodhue and Bell Creek in Goodhue County. Look at the big picture. Yeah, if you're in the Twin Cities, unless something radically changes, looks like we are going to escape for now the worst of it. It's not to say that more is not going to happen, but for right now, there's nothing of strong strength or intensity that would be concerning for the Twin Cities. Another severe thunderstorm warning way out in Wisconsin for 11 miles northeast of Stevens Point, moving northeast to 30 for quarter-sized hail. Several cells out here in western and central Wisconsin could prove troublesome. There's one south of Neillsville, one northwest of Marshfield. So this cluster up here in Pepin County, heaviest rain and some hail would be due west of Maiden Rock, but this is all in Pepin County, going up towards Durand. That is more of a line of storms that's moving over the same areas predominantly. It's moving a bit north, but areas in that line are getting pretty substantial rain pretty consistently. Still watching this storm back here towards Faribault, and that is really where all of our attention is at. Let's take a quick look. Yeah, storms back here between Faribault and St. Peter. If those bear watching, of course. But right now, we're going to zoom back into the storm in Goodhue County. So moving up towards Westito, that's where the tornadic circulation area would be. That would be this area right here, due west of Westito along County Road 9. Also watching, just in general, the areas north of Asplund along Goodhue County 1 up towards Westito. But we do have the tornado warning. It is there for 2 and 3/4 inch hail, so baseball sized hail. That expires in 31 minutes, and that storm is moving east at 15. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for central and western Goodhue County, and that does cover the rest of the county. For a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag for 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, that will expire in 45 minutes. And that was issued here about 5 minutes ago. So that's the update from the large warning that was in Goodhue County. There's some very weak circulation up here north and east of Vasa. Just saw that. It's not as strong in the storm rotational, but it's this little pocket right here along 19. So if you're in Red Wing, if you're north and west of Red Wing, I should say, excuse me, up towards the Grandview Mobile Home Park, Hager City, you will also be in the path of this. Bay City and the regional airport in Wisconsin. This is that weak little circulation north and east of Vasa. Nothing intense, but it is starting to show some signs of rotation there. And that is just behind our hail course. That's in the right area for where I would expect rotation. We still have our pretty good hail core up here. And that is just north of Westito. And we just got an update on the tornado warning. It's now down to 2-inch hail. And path of the storm includes Westito, Hayter, and Wanamingo. And that is this area right in here. Right, just west of Westito. All right. I'm going to peek back out here a little further. I'm going to have to watch this stuff out here. A few more little thunder shower going up out here by Trimont, south and west of St. James, south of Mountain Lake, north of Sherburne. I'll have to watch that one as well. Again, we might see some thunder showers in the Twin Cities, but they will be just that, thunder showers. And there's a little bit of a stronger shower over by Delano in Minnesota, and that has a little lightning in it. Looks like there might be a little lightning in the storm out here west of Watertown. But again, these will just be brief, heavy showers, maybe a little lightning, nothing severe at this time. And aside from the severe thunderstorm warning in Pepin County, all the activity is in Goodhue County right now. If you're in Goodhue County, this is not how you want to be the center of attention, I can guarantee you. So areas around Westito, just to the west of Westito, and moving towards Ryan and Goodhue. So Hayter, Westito, up towards Bell Creek. You were in the path of a tornadic circulation. This storm does have a tornado warning on it for radar indicated rotation. It currently has not I've not seen any reports of a funnel cloud. I've not seen any tight rotation on it, but the storm is definitely rotating. There is structure there that would indicate the storm could go tornadic. For whatever reason, the ingredients have just not quite come together, and that is a good thing. For the rest of western and central Goodhue County, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning for 1.5-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And of course, we have the tornado possible tag on that storm. And a little bit ago, I said the inflow notch was closing. That inflow band is opening up now. I wonder if we can see that from Westito, if I have the camera pointed the right direction. Northwest, actually, that's pretty close to where I wanted to see. Notice the camera wobbling. So we got some pretty strong winds here. Wish I could see the roadway information cameras, or the roadway weather information stations. They're not in the app. I can see cameras, but I can't see the app or the actual stations and their data. But I know there's one down here, and I would love to see what it's reporting right now. So right now, the area of circulation, if it's there, would be right around Westito, possibly a little bit north and west. There are a couple of areas that look sus. Yeah, I'm gonna say just west of Westito along County Road 9. Maybe just a little north of 9. So if you're in Westito, you want to make sure you're in your safe place. Nothing on the ground. It is radar indicated at this point, but the storm definitely could produce a tornado with little or no warning. That storm moving up, towards Stanton. That's going to go up towards Cannon Falls. That storm is intensifying pretty strongly. Out here by Maiden Rock, that cell actually is starting to take on that same kind of shape, that screaming eagle shape that we saw in the beginning of the storm down here by Faribault. And then it looks like the storms out here by Mankato that formed up, they're moving north. That's going to move into the area around Lonsdale, Montgomery, La Center, Cleveland. Those storms actually look like they're starting to cluster more, and that would lean more towards a wind and hail threat versus a tornado threat. So that is very good news for areas there. A little shower north of Sherburne, still trying to get going. Another shower back towards Mapleton. All of these have to be watched, as does this storm down here by La Crosse. But right now, this storm down here started out by Faribault and is now moving up to Westito. This storm means business. And yeah, if I'm in Westito, and this is that same camera we looked at just a second ago, and that is 52 northbound at County Road 9 in Goodhue County. And we are looking northwest. And don't do what these people are doing. Do not stop under the overpass. No, do not stop under the overpass. Dumb idea. If there's a tornado in that area, what'll happen is you can get winds that's because you're being compressed, the winds are compressed under the bridge, they actually get much stronger. And if there's debris flying, you have nowhere to go and you really have no shelter except from the wind. So if there's any debris and there's a part of you that's sticking out from under that I beam or whatever, it's fair game. So that's why you never want to stop under a bridge or somebody going southbound as well doing this, or northbound. So that's northbound. Southbound, somebody else is doing. You see the headlights there under the bridge. Don't do that. It's the quickest way to get a storm chaser really, really upset at you, or for that matter, a meteorologist, because that is a very dangerous thing to do. So this is in Cannon Falls at 52, looking south, I think. It doesn't say. Nah, it doesn't say. It's a still image. Darn it. I was hoping it would actually give us a good image. So I'm going to go back to this Wastedo camera. Oh, that's the same one I already had up. There we go. So we're going to keep that camera in frame while we watch this. I'm going to zoom out just a bit more. And as I do that, I'm going to just kind of peek backwards here. Nothing. And we're definitely getting another center of a storm north of Vasa. So in this embedded area up here, there's starting to be some more development and some intensification just north of Vasa. So areas towards Red Wing and Trenton, you're in the path of this. Again, this storm is not moving quickly. It's only moving east at 15. So we're just taking its sweet mother loving time. But Wastedo, you are in you're in that clear slot. You're in, or not the clear slot, the inflow notch. Areas just to the west along County Road 9, that's the bear cage. I would not want to be there. And you notice it's getting darker on the camera here. That does not surprise me. I would not be surprised if it gets very dark. More people still under the bridge. Oh, don't do that. Do not park under a bridge. I know you want to get out of the storm. I know you want to get out of the hail, but it's actually much more dangerous if you're in that. What the? Okay, why? Sorry. I'm gonna zoom out here real quick because I think the yep, the weather app has lost its mind. It's got a weather alert for lightning within 10 miles of my location, and we're based in Apple Valley here. No. Are these one of these little lines? It's 20 miles. So the closest anything that's producing lightning for my area is more than 20 miles away. So I don't know why it's giving me a lightning warning. Normally it's really good about that. We see the rain starting to move in. Wind's still there. It's still blowing the camera around. And that is, it's this camera at 9. Yeah. So we're looking at the camera just south of Wastedo. That is this camera right here, County Road 9 and US 52. I want to pull it into frame here real quick. So it's this camera. I'm going to move the camera icon right next to the corner there. That's the camera we're looking at County Road 9 and US 52. So what I'm looking at is I'm going to see if we see any wind shift, wind change, anything as this area goes by. I'm not expecting anything, but given the radar presentation of this storm, which is getting messier again, but part of me is also wondering it's because we're looking through this hail core still. We're just not getting a good clean shot. So let's keep looking and watching that camera there in Wastedo. Switching to the radar out of La Crosse, which still shows that notch. It would have the best area of circulation up. Where is that? I'm trying to figure. There's County Road 9 in Wastedo. It actually would have it all the way out here north and east of Hayter. So that is a positioning difference between the two radars. La Crosse is much farther away, so it's going to see it differently. So I'm going to go back to La Crosse here. Or Chanhassen, I should say. And we just get a new severe thunderstorm warning over here, and that is going to be for northwestern Buffalo County. So I was wrong. That is Buffalo, not Trempealeau. That's Buffalo County. and that is for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So, again, another run of the mill. Severe thunderstorm warning for Pepin County is going to expire in 4 minutes. I will not be surprised when that gets reissued, if it gets reissued. If it doesn't, I'll even be more surprised. Taking a look here at what we've got going on down here by Faribault, this storm is still just absolutely mean. That info notch is just plain as day. So the area right there between Hayter and Westito. Of course, the cameras you want to see are the ones that don't load. Ay, ay, ay. Which way is this facing? North. Oh, hey. All right. Is that this one? Yes. Okay. So right on the very end of this, south of Hayter, southeast of Hayter, there's that camera icon right here on 52. That is what we're looking at. And we're looking north as this edge, the very edge of the storm comes across. And so what I'm going to be looking for there is to see if there's anything that resembles a wall cloud or if it's just the base of the thunderstorm, which it could be either. Of course, this is going to take forever because this storm is just pokey. And having looked at Westito, the winds have calmed down some. It's still a little breezy, but calmed down somewhat. I'm gonna leave this up. Trying to find some place I can put it that's not gonna block out everything we need to see. So I'm just gonna close it because we need to see the radar more than we need to see that. Whew. Okay. For our friends in Wisconsin, we're going to take a quick look out there. Bloomer back towards Boyceville. So strong storm by Bloomville, or by Bloomer. Another one just north and east of Boyceville. Not severe at this time. They are producing heavy rain. Could have some small hail in them. We have our 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, one for northwestern Buffalo County, and that is for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Same thing over here in Pepin County, and that expires, the Pepin County warning expires in 2 minutes. And so I'm waiting for them to reissue that one because that storm is starting to really look more intense than it was. We have our storm out here in Faribault, but was by Faribault. It's now all the way over into central Goodhue County. Still have a tornado warning in effect for areas from Bell Creek down towards Hayter, over towards Ryan, White Rock. That warning is probably going to get reissued here shortly, and it's going to be into more of central and eastern Goodhue County. Severe thunderstorm warning covers all of western and central Goodhue County for 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. 1.5 inch hail has been observed, and that tornado possible tag is on that warning. We have another strong cell just to the southwest of Cannon Falls. And then we have more storms developing, and this is going to be more of an area that we have to watch out for hail and wind. That is going to be north of Kilkenny up towards Shieldsville, south of Cleveland, and that's going to be right in that Highway 99 corridor as it runs up between areas around Lonsdale and all the way back down towards Mankato Airport and north of Madison Lake and Eagle Lake. But let's go back and take a look here. Huh. Okay. So I'm going to point out a few things here. There's several things starting to happen at once now. We have our new severe thunderstorm warning for that area coming out of Pepin County. That is going to be for southwestern Dunn, north central Pepin, and southeastern Pierce counties until 5:45. That is for a severe thunderstorm that was located over Plum City. Excuse me, and that is moving northeast at 25. So that storm's got some motion to it. Excuse me. Oh, I'm going to lose my voice, I think. We still have our tornado warning in southwestern Goodhue County. I'm waiting for them to reissue that one. I was going to point out is that area, notice this weakness in the radar reflectivity around Vasa, right here, right along Minnesota 19. And then we have a stronger area with a hail core up here, moving right up, about to move across 61 between Meesville and Red Wing up towards Trenton. That's an area, the same area where I was seeing a little bit of a rotation I mean, it's very, very broad rotation, but it's there. You can see it here, south and east of Welch, just to the west of 19 there. Still have a rotation. Which radar am I looking at? That's Chanhassen. Okay. We're getting far enough away that I have to be careful of where I'm looking to make sure I know what I'm looking at. That area of circulation around Westito down here. This is getting messy as heck. Let's take a cheat sheet and go over to La Crosse. La Crosse shows it. Okay. So I was looking at that area by Westito. I'm much more intrigued by the area between Hayter and Goodhue because both MPX and Chanhassen are showing that one. I just grabbed the wrong radar. Shoot, the wrong thing. Let's do that. Do that. There we go. That would be the same area right here. We'll zoom way in on it. This area, this is Goodhue County 7, just north of Goodhue County 50, north and west of White Willow, so just to the south and west of Goodhue, just south of County Road 9. So here's along Minnesota 58, north and south of Goodhue up towards Claybank. You're in the path of this tornadic thunderstorm. I was looking, we have a flash flood warning now for Goodhue County as well. 1 to 3 inches of rain is falling, and another inch or two is possible. So anywhere it's low lying, low water crossings, things of that nature, you want to make sure you are very aware of water. If there's water flowing across the road or water standing on the road, turn around, don't drown. Moving water, it only takes 4 inches to pick up a car, and it only takes about 8 inches to move a truck. And so if that water's running, one, it can sweep you away. Two, you don't know if the road's still there. Because if the culvert washes out or there's bank damage and part of the bridge is weakened, you could wind up in the water and not even know what happened because it happened so fast. But yeah, I'm looking at this area over here by Goodhue, just to the west of Goodhue, right by County Road 9 and County Road 7. So really, kind of nowhere really, north and east of Hayter, kind of a rural area there of Goodhue County. And so the rotation is starting to look a little tighter. Excuse me. Uh, the tornado warning is still in effect for 12 more minutes. It was updated 18 minutes ago, but the circulation has moved out of the warning. So I don't know if they're going to expire that warning, let it ride, which would be silly because there's nothing there. But yeah, areas north between Goodhue and Hayter, right? Like I've been saying, between east to west on County Road 9 to County Road 50, and then along in County Road 7. That area is showing some signs of rotation tightening up, so that is an area we are watching. A little bit of a weakness south of Randolph in that storm that was forming up near Northfield. Sorry, I saw this area of possible rotation up here north of Plum City and south of Elmwood in Wisconsin, so I was eyeballing that. We have another severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Dunn and northeastern Pepin counties, and that is for a severe thunderstorm near Durand with 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That one is actually the storm that moved up from Buffalo County, so that's where that warning came from. Still watching this. Yeah, the rotation signature is starting to come up on this. Yeah. This little hail core just going to pass just to the north of Cannon Falls. Another one looks like trying to get going around Stanton. These storms may produce some hail. They will likely not be severe because this big storm out here in Goodhue County, there's subsidence around it because as the air goes up and through the supercell, it'll come back down on the areas around it. Mazeppa to Zumbra Falls, there's another cell forming up there. There's our cluster back towards the areas around Lonsdale, back down to south of La Center, back towards Cleveland. Our little showers are trying. There's one north of Mapleton, Looks like we got a little thunder shower going now north of Tremont. So almost out of the Minneapolis warning area, north of Sherburne and northwest of Fairmont, south of Mountain Lake. I doubt that camera in Mountain Lake is going to show us anything we want to see, but it's the only camera we really have out there. That is a still image that was taken at 450 from Mountain Lake. Does not look like anything bad at all. So this is I-90. This is a still camera, and I don't know which way we're looking because it doesn't tell us. I-90 east-west at Welcome, but it doesn't tell us what we're looking at. Okay. Let's go back up here to Goodhue County, I should say. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for 1.25 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds with a tornado possible tag, and that is going to cover most of central Goodhue County. Let me switch radars real quick. I just realized I'm still on Sioux Falls. There we go. So that's going to be this area from Bell Creek over towards Goodhue, up towards Vasa and Welch, Red Wing, and Hay Creek and Wakuta. You are not in the warning yet. You are in the flash flood warning. That covers most of northern Goodhue County. Zumbrota and Kenyon and areas south are not in that warning. Still the rotation, and that is just south of Bell Creek, just west of Ryan. Claybank and Goodhue, you're in the path of that. That area looks like it could be tightening up a little bit. There's an area just west of Red Wing now along 61. That's going to be right where 19 comes in. It's up by Harless. All right. I'll switch views here. There we go. So there's that storm that moved from up towards Maiden Rock and moving up towards Plum City. Starting to get that kind of curved shape too. Storm down here south of Durand. Nice hail core, but it looks like it's not going to, I don't want to say it's not going to do much. It's severe, and it's definitely going to produce some hail, but it doesn't have the same concerning look as the storm out here by Plum City. Another, so, it looks like it's really getting itself together out here by Oliva. This is all in Wisconsin. So we're looking at Dunn County in Wisconsin primarily. And then back into Goodhue County, they've simplified this out quite a bit, and I'm glad. So areas from Stanton and Cannon Falls down to Norway, including Wangs, Zone, and Denison, over to Red Wing, over towards Frontenac, Old Frontenac, down to just north of Lake City, Belvedere Mills, Belvedere, Goodhue. You were all in a flash flood warning, and that will go for another about 5.5 hours here. I think it goes to 11 p.m. And then we have our tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning that runs from Welch down to Goodhue, back to Bell Creek and White Rock. So the rotation is just west of Goodhue. The strongest hail core is just north of Ryan. But having said that, we're getting a tail, so to speak, on this storm. And so what I'm looking at is this area from just north of Wanamingo to Zumbrota. That's coming off of that. So I'm really kind of sus on whether or not anything can really come together with this cell. Another little thunder shower, another heavy shower going up by Westito. And we still have our heavier showers back here from Cannon Falls back down towards Stanton. There's some lightning in that, maybe some small hail. Same story out here, south of Montgomery along 13 in Minnesota. That's north of Waterville. So Kilkenny to Montgomery, they'll be moving into the areas around Lonsdale and Shieldsville. Some thunder, some lightning, maybe some small hail. But otherwise, most of our strong activity is into far southeast or far east central Minnesota into central Wisconsin. And as I zoom out, you can see we have quite the area of warnings now in central Wisconsin, running pretty much from Wittenberg all the way back down to Nakusa, Wisconsin Rapids. and then another line that runs from Wausau back towards Neilsville. And then we have our bigger cells back here in Dunn County. Our strongest storm by far is the storm that's just west of Goodhue. The hail core is not as pronounced as it was. The storm is getting bigger, but this feeder band here from Wanamingo up towards Goodhue, that tells me there's a very strong rotation in the storm because it's showing you where the air is getting pulled in and rotating in. So it's coming in from the west up north of Wanamingo, and then it curves up towards Goodhue, which tells me that this inflow notch is still there. But is it going to be able to stay open with this rain coming into it? That is going to be the $64,000 question because it could tighten up the rotation or it could just snuff the rotation. But right now, it looks like the strongest area of possible rotation is just to the west of Goodhue. That's going to be on County Road 9. And what is out there? The Sodbuster Strip is right out there too, where that area of rotation is. And that will move up between Goodhue and Claybank up towards Belvedere Mills and Belvedere and Hay Creek. Again, almost the northern half of Goodhue County is in a flash flood warning. That will run until 11 p.m. There's our thunder showers back here, north of Mapleton and to the north of Tremont. And that looks like it could actually be getting itself together. Let's look at that. Yeah, maybe. That's really far away from the Chanhassen radar. So let's look at it from, yeah, it could be. Lone Wolf supercell out here. Freeman, South Dakota. Moving towards Parker, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That storm is all by its lonesome out there. Those are the ones you got to watch out for. Same thing with this activity going up by Sioux City. Look at the temperatures down here, 80, 81. But Storm Lake's at 84, but their dew point is 60 degrees. I mean, they've got a bit more moisture to work with than we do. You know what? I'm going to see if I can. Oh, yeah. Okay. Just a different vantage point. I'm looking at this from the radar, the terminal Doppler weather radar, the FAA radar in Cottage Grove. And it shows that same area of quasi rotation down here, just west of Goodhue. So that's multiple sources here is what I'm trying to do because we're kind of far from all the radars at this point. Yeah, nothing. Almost to the point where La Crosse is the better radar, but as I look at this, that inflow notch is gone. But there's the rotation still. You can still see the touching the reds and the greens down here west of Goodhue, so it's still there. Yep. Okay. No. Stupid thing. Don't ever want to see that product. Okay, so up along the Wisconsin 64 corridor, that's running from just north of Boyceville on 64 all the way over to Cornell. Some stronger showers and thunderstorms in that area. Then we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings out in central Wisconsin, one moving towards Wausau, one over Neilsville, and one that's going to go towards Stevens Point from the area around Wisconsin Rapids. I'm going to pull way out here. So here's our storm out here by Odin, Minnesota. And that is going to be, what is that, 4? Yeah, it's Minnesota 4, just south of Minnesota 60 in St. James. So that's going to go towards South Branch, Louisville, and Truman. Another shower trying to get its act together, and it just has not really done much, is this cell north of Mapleton, right along Minnesota 22. And it's tried, and it's not getting anywhere. The storm up here by Shieldsville, that is starting to really act like it wants to get together, starting to produce some more lightning. No hail really probably in that, maybe pea-sized at most. And then we'll look back again at this very messy storm. The inflow notch is getting choked off. That's what I was wondering would happen. The weakness is still there. You can see where it is right along Highway 9 north of Goodhue, but and the velocity data bears that out. Yeah, that's that's a mess. Getting these more larger hail signatures up towards Claybank, back to the southwest. Though I am seeing an increase in lightning with this, which makes me wonder, do we need to be looking at something else? Our rotation up by Vasa has pretty much faded. Some rotation over here by Plum City that bears watching. Another area between O'Galley and Red Cedar along Wisconsin 25 that needs some watching. But right now, it's the area right over Goodhue. That is right where that circulation would be. We don't have a traffic camera over there, unfortunately. The next traffic camera is in the middle of nowhere on 63 over by Lake City, and it shows a road beautifully. That's the problem with some of these cameras. They don't point where you want them to when it comes to severe weather. All right. So I'm going to stay zoomed in on this. I'm not as impressed with this as I was. But what can happen is when that inflow gets cut off, you can get another area that forms either to its east or to its south. So this little area over here, right on the edge of, oh gosh, I just forgot what county that is. And I know what county it is. For Pete's sake, Wabasha County. Oh, for Pete's sake. Over here by Belvedere, west of Belvedere, right along the Goodhue Wabasha County line, there is an area of possible rotation forming, but looking at where it's at in terms of the radar signature, it doesn't fit. I'm starting to wonder if this storm is going to go more of a large hail, strong high winds storm, because that is really starting to turn into a big cluster. Though it really is one big supercell. That's the amazing part of it, as that supercell runs basically from just north of Wanamingo and Hayter all the way back up towards Red Wing, and actually extends all the way back up north of Trenton, almost to Diamond Bluff. Do you still have a tornado warning on that storm? That was going to be expiring in 12 minutes, so that'll expire at 4:30. 5:30 rather. I can't tell time. At 5:30. And again, it thinks there's lightning within 10 miles of me. What in the heck? I'm like, okay, I'm going to zoom in on Apple Valley here and see if I can see anything that is producing lightning or if it's just having a fit. It's having a fit because unless that might be within 10 miles, but I doubt it. Maybe. It could be. Again, it's more of the, okay, I don't believe you. Still, mostly, well, it's actually turning mostly cloudy here in Apple Valley now. As I look out the window, I can see some towering clouds, but we are just, I mean, here's the front, and that is that thin gray line that runs from just north of Lakeville, south of Apple Valley, back down towards Henderson. That is the actual exact location of the front. You can see it clearly in the radar. And where I am in Apple Valley, we are actually, you know what? This is going to be one of those where it's like we are right on the front. So we're barely on the north side of it. But given that we're right on the boundary, that's where those storms can feed the most energy from. And it's still 72 degrees. I mean, it hasn't cooled off greatly. Still have a dew point of 61 here in Lakeville. It's our closest observations. That in the airport, which says 71 degrees, dew point of 56. I'll bet you if we go up, yeah, I was say Blaine, 63 degrees, a dew point of 54. So, I mean, it's quite the thermal contrast across the Twin Cities. 72 in Lakeville, 64 in Faribault, where they had the storms at 74 in Owatonna, 76 in Albert Lee, and then all the way up to 77 in Clear Lake. So let's go back over here and look and see if anything down here in this Goodhue storm makes any more sense. Um, Still rotation to the north and just to the north and east of Goodhue. I'm also looking at this weak area of returns south and west of Goodhue. That's kind of bugging me here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look through it. Yeah. Okay. So back here, back just south of County Road 9, south and west of Goodhue, there's some hail in that storm. But this dead space south of Goodhue is what we call a bounded weak echo region, and that is not something you really want to see in a storm. Uh, so I'm going to do this. Yeah, that's a bounded weak echo region. Oh yeah. Oof. Okay. So that is something definitely to be watched. Be interesting to see what transpires with that. Let's turn back here towards Cannon Falls. It's starting to look like it might want to try to get its act together, but I doubt it. Uh-huh. Right in there. You can't see my mouse. Right by the Minnesota 58 marker, just south of Goodhue. The bigger area would be closer north and almost due north of Goodhue to the east of 58 and between it and County Road 4. So that'll move up towards Belvedere Mills, and if it holds together, would eventually make it towards Frontenac and Old Frontenac. Um, this is such a mess. Hey, news for thunderstorm warning just got issued for 1-inch hail and radar indicated 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that is for the southeastern and south central parts of Goodhue County. And that's going to be that area from Hay Creek to Goodhue down to Zumbrota over towards Stockholm in Wisconsin. Obviously, it's just Goodhue County. Oh, excuse me. But that is the extension of this other warning. But it is a severe thunderstorm warning, no tornado possible tag. So I find that very interesting given what the radar is showing us. And I'm looking way back towards South Dakota here, just seeing what's out there. You know, this little storm out here by Odin needs to be watched. I just, I looked at it, I'm like, that looks kind of, huh. Yeah. I look at reflectivity. Yeah, it's got a little bit of that, the dingly bits down here along 4. I'm like, okay. Okay. And this activity up here from Cleveland to Shieldsville up towards Lonsdale, that's going to move up towards Elko Newmarket, Castle Rock, just to the north and west of Northfield. That is just run of the mill showers and thunderstorms. Same thing with this cell down here over Buford, north and just west of Pemberton, south and west of Janesville, north of Mapleton. That cell's producing some thunder and lightning. It's got the right shape to do something, but right now it's not really showing much signs of organization. Same thing with the cell down here by Odin. It looks good, but the rotation signature is just not strong on it. Okay, what the heck just happened? Because I just got a ton of email at once. It's like, uh-oh, what's happening? Okay. Getting some updates going on too, so. Okay. So for our tornado watch, the Storm Prediction Center has issued an update, and the watch continues for the entire area that was originally put under the watch. So no changes there. Okay. Big severe thunderstorm warning for Neilsville with 2-inch hail. Not a lot of wind, but 2-inch hail. That's enough. And the rest of them are for 1-inch hail and winds under 50 miles an hour. That's going to cover areas around Wisconsin Rapids to Stevens Point, and then moving up towards Wausau, Rib Mountain, Ringel, and Cronenwater. Cronenwater, excuse me. But in Minnesota, the biggest thing we have is this nasty cell that is just pummeling Goodhue County and already got through Rice County. But 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds is the current warning. We do have a radar indicated flash flood warning for 1 to 2 inches an hour rainfall rates. Primarily, that would be from the areas west of Red Wing, pretty much along the Highway 19 corridor and east. Though there is another set of showers and storms that's going to move into the area that's currently along Minnesota 20. That's going to run from just south of Cannon Falls through Cannon Falls and up towards Meadville. That's going to move into that same area, but that will not last nearly as long, excuse me, and will not produce the same amount of rain rates. Otherwise, right now in Minnesota, that is the only warnings we have are the ones in Goodhue County. Otherwise, Minnesota is quiet for the moment. And I say that looking out, seeing more storms starting to develop out here. That storm by Odin is definitely needs to be watched. The storm north of Mapleton is really starting to take on the right shape. But if you look at it in terms of organization, it's just not there. The storm by Odin is actually looking better. Another cell, it's going to move over Hanska. It's got some, maybe has some small hail. It's got some lightning in it. Another cell trying to organize out here by Darfur and Comfrey. And then we have our shower and thunderstorm mess. That's the best thing I can call it up here in, oh my God, I just forgot the county. I am just out of it for counties today. But the areas east of New Prague, over towards Lonsdale, back down south of Montgomery, so north and west of Shieldsville, and then south of La Center towards Cleveland. There's an area of showers, thunderstorms. There may be some small hail north and west of Lonsdale, maybe to the west of Shieldsville, just east of 13, there along County Road 22. Otherwise, yeah, it's quiet in Minnesota. Western Wisconsin, our warnings are still in effect here for our severe thunderstorms for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. The 1-inch hail was observed, and that is for the eastern part of Dunn County. I almost said Menominee County, of Dunn County and northeastern Pepin. And that goes until 5:45, so another 15 minutes or so. Durand had 1-inch hail. And then the other warning that's farther west for southwestern Dunn and north central Pepin counties, that was for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. And that was radar indicated. And that one will expire here. Excuse me. Ugh. It'll expire at 5:45. And the warning, yeah, 5:45 for both. I just realized that the clock I'm looking at is a few minutes off. That's what's confusing me. So I'm like, time check doesn't work. All right. And that storm by Odin has just gotten itself a severe thunderstorm warning. Not surprised there. That didn't take long. Northern Martin County and southeastern Watonwan County until 6:15, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. And we do have a tornado possible tag on this storm. That is not surprising. I would not be surprised to see a severe thunderstorm warning soon on this cell north of Beaufort. It's going to move towards Waseca and south of Janesville. It's developing a hail core. And any of these storms from down here by Fulda, north of Windham, and there's a scattered line from Comfrey to Hanska to Nicollet to La Center. Any of these storms by themselves could become tornadic supercells and could become large hail producers. Having said that, will they? That's kind of the $64,000 question. The storm out here by Fulda is starting to get the right shape, but otherwise the rest of them don't. They're just in the right environment. And they're right along the warm front, or right along the stationary front. It's called the warm front, stationary front, which that temperature contrast is going to be storm fuel for these. And another new severe thunderstorm warning over in Wisconsin for eastern Eau Claire County. And this is for a thunderstorm that was 8 miles southwest of Fall Creek or 12 miles southeast of Eau Claire, moving northeast at 20. And that is for 60-mile-an-hour winds and a quarter-sized hail. Now it's radar indicated. Allen, Foster, Brackett, Fall Creek, Lake Eau Claire County Park, and Ludington in the path of that severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Eau Claire County, Wisconsin. And I really just want to drop the warning banner because it's peeving me off that it's not working. And another severe thunderstorm warning for areas up and around Cornell for southeastern Rusk County and northeastern Chippewa County in west central Wisconsin. That is for a storm 17 miles south of Ladysmith or 5 miles northeast of Cornell. It's moving northeast at 25. And then it's producing up to 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. And so that is in effect until 6:15. So that's going to pass just to the south and east of Ladysmith. If it does take a little bit of a northeasterly turn or a more northerly turn, it could clip Ladysmith. But right now we're looking more at Ruby, Sheldon, Conrath, areas over towards Jump River and Gilman. You're covered by National Weather Service in La Crosse, I think. That's a good question. It might be Green Bay. The warning map, if I could show you the county warning area map, it's a little confusing. All right, severe thunderstorm warning down here from Orange City, in, Iowa, down to the east of Lamar's, west of Cherokee. That is for 2-inch hail, radar indicated, and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So that is more of what I would have expected here in the warm sector, is just large severe thunderstorms. But as it is right now, we are looking at entirely severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment, with tornado possible tags on several of them. But right now, we have tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for the storm down by Odin. The storm over here to the west of Wasika is looking better, but it was looking better earlier. The storm down here by Fulda is starting to really get organized. There's another cell just to the south and west of Worthington. And then we have a line of cells right along the front. And it literally is right along the front. So there's that cell south and west of Fulda. There is one between Comfrey and Darfur. There is one just north of Hanska. There's one by Nicollet, one just south and west of La Center. And then we have a little bit of a more linear storm from Montgomery up towards Northfield. Well, we're 19 and 35 cross to the west of Northfield. And then another cell between Elko, Newmarket, and Lonsdale. The actual effective front is a little bit farther north, and that is really showing up beautifully from Apple Valley all the way back down towards Lafayette. You can see that very thin little, looks like a little line of showers, that little gray line. That is actually the front showing up in the radar because there is such a difference in the air masses between the two. And if you saw the tornado watch flash, it just means we got a outline update from the appropriate National Weather Service offices. And there's that severe thunderstorm watch in southwestern Minnesota, northwest Iowa, and southeastern South Dakota getting updated as well. So for the moment, we have no tornado warnings on the board. Lots of thunderstorms developing, but at this time, the core of the Twin Cities metro is quiet. St. Cloud, you're like, why is he on live? What the hell's going on? St. Cloud, you're at 55 degrees. You have a dew point of 48, and you've got a wind from the north at 10 miles an hour. And so you're a little confused as to what's going on. And of course, we're going to look at the road. Come on. That's better. So this is the view from Opportunity Drive. Just if you know the St. Cloud State exit, exit 171 in St. Cloud, where the pilot station is and the McDonald's there along 94. This is that exit before that towards the Twin Cities, but you can see the cloud cover there. Otherwise, it's dry. They've really not had any rain. There are some light showers up that way, but nothing like what we're seeing south of the boundary and along the boundary. The storm up here by Cornell is actually noteworthy because it is actually north of the front. Actually, it's north of the front. I was going to say it could be along it. Hard to say. Just realized we have an extension to severe thunderstorm warning. This is from La Crosse for northern Wabasha County. That goes until 6:15. And that is for the storm near Frontenac or 13 miles southeast of Red Wing, moving east at 35. So if it's by Frontenac, moving east at 35. Okay. Oh, here. Okay. I'm a little perplexed. It's this cell. Okay. I was like, Frontenac, it's up here. So it's this activity down here towards Belvedere and Belvedere Mills. This is that same area that we've been watching come out of Goodhue. And the rotation, the area of rotation there is still there. I mean, as long as the storm is still rotating, but it's much more broad than it was. It is very much more defined, but it is also quite a bit wider and broader, which, given that, tells me that if it strengthens more, it's probably going to produce more large hail as opposed to tornadoes. And also, given the environment it's in, surrounded by other storms. Our storm up here by Cornell and Conrath, we mentioned Jump River. The National Weather Service in La Crosse did issue a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Taylor County until 6:30. And that's for that same storm with quarter-sized hail. So Jump River down towards Gilman and up towards Westboro. So if you're along Wisconsin 73 from Jump River to Gilman and up to the northeast, that northwestern little sliver there of Taylor County up towards Westboro, you're in that severe thunderstorm warning with for quarter-sized hail. A flash flood. I don't know if it's a warning or an advisory. Flash flood warning now for another 5 hours. That's going to cover areas around Marshfield, so Marathon, Portage, and Wood counties in central Wisconsin. So Marshfield, Stratford, Marathon City, Edgar, Rib Falls, Auburndale, Junction City, Rudolph, Arpin, Millador, Fenwood, and Roselleville are all in that flash flood warning. There, you see that green there. Severe thunderstorm warning moving towards Wausau. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in the areas from Wisconsin Rapids up towards Junction City over to Stevens Point. We have another one to the east of Eau Claire, and that's going to be areas of Fall Creek. Switch radars real quick. That did not help. That helped some. Eau Claire is in an unfortunate radar hole. It really is quite a ways from all the radars, and so we don't get the best view there. Here's that Fall Creek storm. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning out here for another 10 minutes. That was updated about 20 minutes ago. We're going to Chell and Durand, yeah. But this area is really starting to turn into more of a cluster. And so I could see an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning down towards Oliva, possibly over towards Osseo, Gilmanton, and kind of along the Wisconsin 93 corridor north of Independence up towards Eau Claire. That area over towards Osseo and Pigeon Falls. But that would be large, mostly for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This storm out here that has been plodding along all the way from Faribault all the way over, just about to cross the river now in the next 20, 30 minutes. Large hail core has reestablished itself north and west, or north and east rather, of Belvedere. That is south and west of Frontenac and due west of Lake City. Stockholm, you're going to get hit with some hail. And that is looking from the La Crosse radar. Let's look at the Minneapolis radar. Yeah, it still shows that same hail core. Some very broad rotation, but very distinct rotation there. Moving towards and south of Lake City, and that would be this area right in here, right along County Road 9. 130th Avenue, right there along, what is that? You saw it. County Road 15, where 15 and 9 meet. That is where that area is. That's right on the county line. That's actually Goodhue County 15. And Goodhue County 9 and where it meets up there on the county line. That area is where the rotation is. There's some large hail behind that little area of rotation too, but the biggest hail core is farther north, and that is along Goodhue County 5. And so that area, County Road 5, west of or east rather of County Road 2, moving over towards 61, 63 there, north of Lake City and south of Old Frontenac. That area is going to get absolutely hammered with some large hail. Stockholm, you're in the path of this as well. Lakeport, you should miss it, but it's going to be close. If I'm over in Hawkins Corners, Devil's Corner, up towards Lund, and going out further there towards Ella, even Maxville, and Mishamaquah, I would be getting ready for a strong thunderstorm with some very, very large hail in it, just because that's been the history of this storm, and this storm is holding together. Now, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. I just caught this one in northwestern Le Sueur and eastern Nicollet counties in south central Minnesota until 6:30. Again, radar indicated 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. And that is for that storm down by Nicollet, moving towards St. Peter, and then will eventually move up towards La Center. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for just off of St. James, and this is for that storm that was down by Odin, and that's moving up to where Minnesota 30 and Minnesota 15 intersect there west of St. James. And then the storm by Fulda has a severe thunderstorm warning on it as well for 1.5-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible tag. And this was issued by Sioux Falls, moving north at 20 miles an hour, which I find intriguing because that would make me think it's north of the front. And if that's the case, it's going to be a hailer. Now, there's very little rotation in it. So yeah, I'm wondering if that one's just, if it's getting pulled towards the front and it's trying to latch onto the front and feed off that energy, or what's happening there. But north is not a direction I expected to see. We have a new storm that's blowing up quickly around Parker, South Dakota. That could wind up moving in to far southwestern Minnesota along I-90, probably would cross over near Worthington and Rock Rapids in Iowa. Of 2-inch radar indicated hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a considerable threat. And that's going to be just west of Lamar's, Iowa. And there is a pretty substantial cell just south of Iowa 3. It's got a nice little hail core. And I'm a little surprised I don't have a warning south of it around Kingsley. That storm's about the same intensity. Starting to calm down just a little bit in terms of the warnings. We don't have any tornado warnings anywhere in central Wisconsin, all the way back into South Dakota, which is good. We have no warnings in South Dakota at the moment. So right now we have that considerable warning down in northwest Iowa. We have our severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag from the storm near Fulda that's moving north at 20. We have the storm south of St. James that is moving away from Odin. That does have a tornado possible tag on it for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that warning will expire here at 6:15. We have the storm that is up here just west of Nicollet, moving up towards Kasota and St. Peter. Excuse me. And that is going to be in effect for another 46 minutes. So that's going to expire here at 6:30 as well for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then we're really starting to lose rapidly loses the severe thunderstorm warnings in Goodhue County. Switch radar sites. There we go. So we do still have an area of thunder and some small hail and heavy rains that is south of Vasa, west of Claybank, north of Ryan. Eventually move towards Hay Creek, Belvedere Mills, and Belvedere in Goodhue County. Still the severe thunderstorm warning for areas south of Frontenac, Old Frontenac, over towards Stockholm and Goodhue County, and then northern Wabasha County, I think it is. Yeah, northern Wabasha. Same severe thunderstorm warning, and that is for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that is a tornado possible tag on it as well. And that is for that area of rotation that has now moved into northern Wabasha County. And that is going to pass just to the south of Lake City, moving towards Maple Spring. Pepin, Wisconsin, you're in the path of this, along with Camp Leucopolis and Reed's Landing. over towards Trevino in Wisconsin. Wabasha, this should go to your north, but you may wind up seeing some heavy rain and some small hail out of the deal. And then we have the remnants. As I said, that warning down here by Red Cedar in Dunn, Eau Claire County should be allowed to expire, and it did. We have another severe thunderstorm warning out here, way out here in eastern Eau Claire County, for a storm that was 8 miles southwest of Fall Creek. That was about 15 minutes ago. Moving northeast at 20, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. So take a big picture view here. I'm going to turn off the traffic cameras and clean this up just a little bit. Take out some of the clutter. Take out the fronts. Take out storm reports. Okay, it's not there. I didn't think so. I am trying to figure out why I cannot get lightning turned off. Shouldn't be there. Okay. Okay. Still not helping. Okay, it's in there somewhere. I don't know where the heck it is. And I've seen it. I just don't remember how to do it. Yes, I do. Ah, it's farther down. Okay. I thought it was here. I could be wrong. Huh. Okay. I thought I knew where it was. Apparently I don't. That will be an experiment for later to find that and turn it off. Oh, okay. Oh, so our Folda storm is still moving to the north at 20. And that warning will expire here at 6:30. And it's for northeastern Noble, southeastern Murray counties. That is near Fulda or 11 miles southeast of Slayton, moving north at 20. We have the storm south of St. James. That's going to move over towards Louisville, south of Medelia. That storm has got a tornado possible tag on it, and it also has a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. And pardon me, I'm just going to peek at something here. Okay, so that's that. Okay. Sorry, I just got a update from the Storm Prediction Center, or regional discussions. I wanted to read it because it was about us. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is for that storm north of northwest or northeast rather of Nicollet, west of St. Peter. That one I could surprise. I'm a little surprised doesn't have a bigger um, warning on it, or higher warning on it. So that storm near St. James is still severe warned. That's for eastern Watonwan County until 6:15. Louisville, Medelia, St. James, the airport in St. James, South Branch, Eccles, and Grogan, all in the path of that storm. Still curious as tornado possible tag. The structure looks good. The storm moving into St. Peter, that one is starting to look a little more organized and a little stronger. Another storm just trying to get going west of Waseca, southeast of Mankato. That's going to move across about Janesville towards Waseca, and eventually we'll make it to Owatonna. Another heavier shower and thunderstorm complex near La Center that's moving up towards Montgomery, and then an even bigger one between Shieldsville and Lonsdale. That'll move up towards Northfield, Castle Rock, and Randolph. Some other showers and no lightning in them yet, just showers. South of Cedar Lake, and then there's one between Elko New Market and Lakeville along I-35. Another little shower just south of the airport. And then from there, it's our messy severe thunderstorm warnings. This got a new warning for Pepin County, Southwestern Pepin, that's for that storm near Red Wing, 60 miles southeast of Red Wing, moving east at 25. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So compared to what we had over here by Faribault, moving over towards Kenyon and Nerstrand, this storm has turned into more of a pussycat. It's more of a routine thunderstorm at this point with 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that's not surprising given the fact that this storm has really kind of clustered several storms together, and that really makes it difficult for a storm to remain tornadic. Having said that, I have to watch this storm over here by Mondovi in Wisconsin. It's going to move over towards Oliva and Strom and eventually towards Osseo. That area could develop. It's got a pretty good clear shot into moisture coming into that area. We have a tornado warning now, and that is observed, and that is for northwestern Taylor County. It was a tornado near Jump River, and that was confirmed by emergency management. And so that is this area way up here, the Pershing Wildlife Area. I don't know if I'll be able to pick that up. Yeah, right there. Could be that area. There's a couple areas of rotation, really. And CC doesn't really help either. Okay, so let's see which radar would be appropriate. La Crosse, Duluth. Neither. Again, this is another one of those yucky radar holes. So yeah, that is outside of our coverage area by far. Really, Eau Claire is, but given that these storms are moving that way, Wausau, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin. That goes down to Kernenwetter and goes all the way over towards Birnham Wood and Mattoon. And Allendale go just north of Wittenberg. Still a severe thunderstorm warning for the area around Stevens Point. And that's going to be for Portage County, I believe. Yeah, northwestern Portage. And that's got quarter-sized hail in it. Stevens Point and Whiting around 550. Will also affect Jordan, Park Ridge, Dewey Marsh Wildlife Area, Plover, and Ellison North Star. And so that is where we stand right now. That is the latest set of updates. I'm going to go over to regular reflectivity. Yeah, I want to turn that lightning off because it's just annoying me. It just makes it so busy on the map. Well, that turns it off if I put it in composite mode, but then you can't see any details. Okay. Huh. So you would think it would be in radar mode, in the radar stuff. We'll look through here one more time. Oh, lightning. There it is. Standard makes it lightning bolts. I'm going to turn lightning off. Just because it makes it so bloody clustered. Or cluttered. Clustered? Hello. Okay, so let's go back to our view here. Ow. Oh. So our storm over here by Fulda was moving north, but it seems like it's moved more south than north. But they have it moving north. I'm going to put this in motion because I don't. That storm's moving northeast. I don't know why they issued that for north because it's moving. It just actually developed a little southeast of Fulda. That's going to go up towards Dundee and eventually up towards Jeffers. That storm just north of Wyndham may actually modulate it some and keep it from being as nasty as it could be. Another strong storm moving towards New Ulm. That one's kind of split in two. Both areas have some hail in them, but so far nothing severe in that. There is a severe thunderstorm warning down here south of St. James, and that storm has kind of made an abrupt easterly swing. So Louisville and South Branch over towards Amboy, just going to go north of Truman, and up towards Vernon Center and Good Thunder. You're in that severe thunderstorm warning. I'll turn that off so I can pull this up. 2-inch hail or 2.5-inch hail observed, 60-mile-an-hour winds radar indicated, and tornado possible. So that's public reported tennis ball sized hail. And so I want to look at this in terms of velocity data. Yeah, this area right in here, in south and west of South Branch, it really kind of pulls itself to me, and the eye pulls it. Okay, let's turn off INROT. There we go. We have our fairly strong storm up here by St. Peter. That is severe warning for 2-inch hail observed, 60-mile-an-hour winds. See a pattern developing in these storms? We have another storm south and west of Janesville. That's starting to develop a little bit of a core 2 north of Pemberton. Another strong storm just to the south and east of La Center. Another strong storm south of Lonsdale. We have a little tiny little shower up by Mendota and Mendota Heights, just east of the airport. Here in Apple Valley, we're about to get some light rain from a little shower south of Lakeville, going out towards Eureka Center. Eventually, we'll go towards Hampton. Another little storm behind it, or a little shower behind it, out towards Cedar Lake. It'll go over Elko New Market, again, Eureka Center, moving towards Hampton and eventually New Trier. Storm south of Lonsdale will move towards Northfield. We do still have a severe thunderstorm warning for the northern half, 2/3 of Goodhue County. They have gotten anywhere between 2 and 5 inches of rain across northern Goodhue County. Flash flooding is expected. We have our severe thunderstorm warning for 2.5-inch radar indicated hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. It'll expire in 20 minutes. And that is for areas around Hay Creek over towards Lake City and Belvedere. It's the southeast part of Goodhue County. Northern Wabasha County, you were in a severe thunderstorm warning still for 2-inch observed hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible tag. Southwestern Pepin County, so Stockholm, Pepin, and the areas up towards Maxville, Devil's Corner, Hawkins Corner. You're in that severe thunderstorm warning for another hour for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, radar indicated. And then La Crosse has issued a fairly substantial warning here. And that's going to run through all of Buffalo County and west central Wisconsin and northeastern Wabasha County and southeastern Minnesota. And that's going to run until 7 o'clock for a severe thunderstorm that was located over Pepin with ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. You'll be seeing that any minute now in Wabasha, Alma at about 6:10 and Modena at 6:20. And then north and east of that warning, we have our warning for the storm that is still radar indicated severe thunderstorm with 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail until 6:30 for eastern Eau Claire County. And that's going to be areas around Fall Creek and Foster, up towards Ludington. And I would not be surprised to see the area around Whitehall, Independence, Pigeon Falls, Osseo, and Strum go under a severe thunderstorm warning for this cell that is just about to clear out of Mondovi and moving over towards Oliva along US 10. Still have our tornado warning up here in Taylor County. No update on that one. Hannibal, the Mondo flowage, and county roads D and N in northwestern Taylor counties in the path of that storm. Unfortunately, that is in a fairly substantial radar hole. And so I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a good look at it. Yeah. There it is in Duluth. So it'd probably be down here. Right along 73 would be my guess. But again, it's hard to say because we're so far from the radar, we're getting some placement errors. Still have our severe thunderstorm warning over here in Wausau, Stevens Point, and a fairly substantial storm moving into Marshfield here. Switch over to Green Bay. You can see that line of storms up here, another little line down towards Oshkosh, back up towards the point. But yeah, storm by Marshfield, that's actually got a pretty substantial little hail core to it. Tornado possible, 1.5-inch hail observed, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Still that flash flood warning in effect in that area too. That is for southwestern Marathon County, Wisconsin, northwestern Portage County, and central Wisconsin, and northern Wood County. And again, that is for 2 to 4 inches of rain. So that's coming down in a very short period of time. We now have a tornado warning. I just see that in 2.5-inch hail and a radar indicated tornado 6 miles northwest of Truman or 17 miles north of Fairmont. So tennis ball sized hail and tornado possible. And that's that storm right here. That's the one I was looking at. I was wondering what was going to happen with it. St. Peter, you're in the path of a pretty substantial thunderstorm. Which, yeah, which kind? Okay, that county. Hold on. Sorry about that. I forgot to turn the weather radio off, and that just went off for Dakota County. Okay. So, new warning here, and this is for this cluster from La Center up towards Northfield and Lonsdale, and that does extend up here into Dakota County. So, areas south of Farmington and over towards Hampton, you are in this new severe thunderstorm warning. That is for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that warning will expire at 7 o'clock. Nothing has changed with our severe thunderstorm warnings over here in Wisconsin. Actually, it did. So we have cleared the area around Cornell and Ladysmith. That is now entirely moved into Taylor County. Again, there is still that tornado warning for radar indicated tornado near Jump River. And that storm really has not moved. Northeast at 30, it says, but that's the same. Okay. That area really has not moved. Marshfield, you're getting hammered right now. Wausau, you're out of it. We have a new tornado. Is that a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning? Okay, so, huh? Who issued this? Sioux Falls. Okay, was a little confused there. Northwestern Jackson County in Minnesota, northeastern Noble, southern Cottonwood, and southeastern Murray counties under a severe thunderstorm warning now, and that is for that storm near Fulda moving east at 30. 60-mile-an-hour winds and $half sized hail, so 1.25 inch hail possible. And there is a tornado possible tag on this, as that storm is getting more organized. Another storm south of the border in Iowa, just to the east of Esterville. That is now severely warned. Taking a look at our other tornado warning now. This is for that area down south of Fulda, or not Fulda, between Louisville and South Branch. That area is under a tornado warning, and that storm is showing rotation. And that's going to be right here by South Branch. Yeah. And so areas between Truman and Louisville along Minnesota 15. And really, it's going to track, once it gets across 15, it's going to track across Minnesota 30. And it's going to follow Minnesota 30 over towards Amboy. So that is the area we want to watch out there. And we have our severe thunderstorm warning for St. Peter, our severe thunderstorm warning that runs from La Center up towards Northfield, up towards Farmington, and eventually towards Hampton. Our flash flood warning in Goodhue County, and that is for the northern half of Goodhue County. Remaining severe thunderstorm warning for a few more minutes for east central Goodhue County. That warning will probably be expired here pretty quick. Looking at this storm down here by Wabasha, that has suddenly taken on a much more interesting view. Yeah, it has. Looking at the velocity data just to the west of Wabasha, and looking at the storm structure, it's messy as could be. But yeah, I mean, ugh, yeah, that's a mess. That is the best way I can describe that. That's a mess. All right. The tornado warning for northwestern Taylor County in Wisconsin has been dropped, and it's still in effect is the severe thunderstorm warning for 1 inch hail and winds under 50 miles an hour, and that is for northwestern Taylor. And we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for areas north and east of Neillsville. Severe thunderstorm near Spencer, and that is about 14 miles northeast of Neillsville, moving northeast at 20. Loyal, Unity, Chile, and Wiefkind are all in the path of that storm. I have a severe thunderstorm warning also for Marshfield. The tornado possible tag on it is 28 miles northwest of Wisconsin Rapids or near Marshfield. Ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds with that storm. And I'm going to come back over to our tornado warning storm over here by South Branch, which that's impressive that you're seeing the hail core from the La Crosse radar. Wow. Minnesota. We just got news. Mesoscale updates, so bear with me while I read that quick. South central Minnesota, several discrete storms near the warm front, increase of tornado and very large hail potential. So we have sleeper lapse rates out here, which is, they're talking about South Central Minnesota. So they're talking about this area out here where we've gotten a lot more activity compared to the one big supercell that blew up over Faribault and is now about to move into the Wabasha area. We're getting a lot more discrete cells out here than had been previously expected. And so, oof, increasing low level shear with large low level photographs that are actually improving in terms of tornado production going further along in time, as well as the fact that these storms are going to all be capable of producing very large hail given the environment they're in. So I was hoping we might just be winding down a bit with that storm over by Faribault that moved into Wabasha now. It's in the Wabasha area, but no. We are not winding down. We are just getting started, really. So anywhere, other than Pierce County, they pretty much nailed this tornado watch. And drawing the line and wiping out the Twin Cities was actually the right thing to do, as much as it pains me to say it. They were right. Um, I think I would have connected the dots and put Dakota County in, maybe Scott, but definitely Dakota. Uh, they have trimmed the Wabasha counties for thunderstorm warning. So that storm is near Wabasha, moving east at 10, so it is taking its sweet time. So it's just this little area from Lake City to Camp Lacopolis and down to Minnesota 60 that's in that warning. Still have the warning in effect for another 8 minutes. There we go. It's going to expire at 6:15. Chanhassen just going to let that one ride. It's right out in time. And we still have the severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Wabasha and all of Buffalo County until 7. And that's that storm moving in from Wabasha. It's going to move over towards Nelson, Medina, and Gilmanton. Mondovi, you may not see much right away. You probably will see a lot of rain, maybe some small hail, but the bigger hail is going to be down farther south. It's going to be more along 37 and 88 south of Mondovi and Gilmanton. Gilmanton. Where are we at in distance? I just lost Sioux Falls. There it is. Sheesh. So we have severe thunderstorm warnings out here north of Windham, but the cell out here by Dundee and the cell up here by Windham, both are starting to get that shape to them that would indicate that they are getting much more. Oh my gosh, much more organized. That storm north of Windham is downright sus. Is that hail? That could just be the hail core. So that looks like that is a little. Okay, so that's that. I'm trying to look at where this is. So just north, straight north of whatever that 80, whatever that is. Yeah, 86. Okay. Frame of reference. Have to look at where it's at. Ooh. Uh, yeah. Okay. Okay. So, sorry, I'm just looking at different products here. North and west of Windham. So, if I am in Bingham Lake, Mountain Lake, Butterfield, along 60 there, going towards St. James, I would be watching this storm north and west of Windham like a hawk. It is starting to look like it is going to organize and it's starting to rotate. It's starting to show some pretty sharp rotation. It's a bit distant from all the radars, so I'm not sure how much of that rotation is down to the surface yet. But given the shape of the storm, given the mechanics and the environment, that is a storm to definitely be watched. Still watching the storm that's going to pass just south of Louisville. We've not gotten an update on that one. I'll do a quick velocity. Yeah. Okay. That storm is definitely tornado warned for all the right reasons. Center of rotation is just to the south of Louisville, and I mean just to the south. So it is down right about where Highway 30 and Highway 15 meet, south of Louisville. We have our severe thunderstorm warning up here for Brown County and Blue Earth and Central Nicollet until 7. That is going to be a storm that's moving up to the northeast towards New Ulm. That warning expires here at 7 o'clock. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Storm is moving to the northeast at 20. We have a severe storm over St. Peter and 14 miles north of Mankato with 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And that is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We have another larger severe thunderstorm warning that covers the area from southwestern Dakota County to northeastern LeSueur County and northern Rice counties for a severe thunderstorm that was 6 miles south of Webster or 8 miles west of Northfield, moving east at 25, producing golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Still have that remnant warning there. I wish I would just drop. Well, in 4 minutes, but have our severe thunderstorm warning here for Wabasha County. That western part from Lake City to Camp Lycopolis and south towards 60, that will be allowed to expire here in the next couple of minutes. The Wabasha area, immediate area, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning along with the rest of all of Buffalo County in Wisconsin. That warning goes until about 7 o'clock. And that does have a tornado possible tag on it. So areas towards Medina, Gilmanton, Nelson, north of Alma, getting into the Coulee country there, that's an area that's going to have to be watched. We have another severe thunderstorm warning. That looks like it's down towards Osseo. 8 miles southwest of Fall Creek or 12 miles southeast of Eau Claire, moving northeast at 20. That warning's 45 minutes old. Why haven't they updated it? Oh, the questions I have. Okay. So let's switch radars. There we go. Ugh. Yeah, that's for this storm. This is the area I would be much more concerned about if I was in that area. So areas right north of the county line there. So north of Oliva, north of Osseo. Well, actually, from Oliva to Osseo, right there along Highway 10. That area's got a nice little hail core. It's north of the county line, but the rotation and the circulation part of the storm is really running right along the county line and Highway 10. And it's issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Eau Claire County. For that storm, 13 south of Altoona or 15 south of Eau Claire, moving northeast at 30. Really? This? Okay. This is where Chanhassen and I will agree to disagree. I would not have issued that warning that way. Let's check back into our tornado warning down here. Switch radar sites because there we go. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. No. Let's look at correlation coefficient for just a moment to see if there's anything showing up there. Sioux Falls now has a severe thunderstorm warning. That does not surprise me. For 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That storm is moving up from T and eventually move just on the south and east sides of Sioux Falls up towards Brandon. Eventually, that will make it up towards Garrettson and Beaver Creek and eventually into Minnesota and around areas of Laverne to Hardwick up towards Edgerton. Several new severe thunderstorm warnings now in Iowa. There is one to the east of Esterville for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds that will expire here at 6:30. We have another one just to its south that will expire at 7 o'clock. Wait, 31 minutes. Expire at 6:45. Yeah, I can't tell time. Math is hard. Another severe storm out here. Same thing with will expire at 6:45, and that is south and west of Primgar in Iowa, and then areas to that south of that, Remsen over towards Cherokee, up towards Larrabee and Marcus, also under severe thunderstorm warnings, and those are both for 1 to 1.5-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Those expire in about a half an hour. So right now we have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, but only one tornado warning on the board, and that is the storm down here by Louisville. And that does not surprise me at all. I'm surprised we haven't actually gotten observed. I really am surprised. Or at least an update with a funnel cloud, a wall cloud, something. Near Louisville, 1217 north of Fairmont, moving east at 20. Still radar indicated. Okay. I'm not a big fan of the radar indicated thing. Oops. Don't want to do that. Did that. Okay. Again, just following the updates from the Storm Prediction Center, and there are a lot of them. Okay. So let's take a quick look in here close to the metro. So about 10 minutes ago, I missed it. Circle Lake Lane. That's a great location. Golf ball sized hail. That was 6 miles south of Webster, 8 miles west of Northfield, moving east at 20. So that's this storm. So this area. Let's see if I can find Clearview Lane quick. My guess is no. Dundas. Clearview Lane. Yeah, that did not do much. Not at all. But it's through this area right in here, north and east of Dundas. It's going to move into Waterford and Northfield here pretty quick. Another hail core south of Montgomery, and that's also a severe warning that same warning. St. Peter, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. You're getting some 2-inch hail right now. 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. Another storm down here by Janesville. That's starting to get that same severe thunderstorm tornado look on it. Yep, starting to show starting to show rotation too. The rotation down here by Louisville is starting to tighten up. I wouldn't say that. Yeah, nothing showing up in CC yet in correlation coefficient, but at the distance we're at, it would have to be fairly high up in the storm to show up. North and just north of Wyndham, moving up towards Bingham Lake on 60. Severe thunderstorm there. That storm is starting to get that same kind of rotational look too. The storm behind it, east of Dundee, also. Excuse me. We're getting fairly far out in that area, so it's a little harder to see it. Yes, both Sioux Falls and Minneapolis are having issues at that point, seeing that storm well. New Ulm, you were still in that severe thunderstorm warning for Blue Earth, Brown, and Nicollet counties. That storm was at the time of the warning at 6:04, so about 15 minutes ago, was 10 miles south of Sleepy Eye, moving northeast at 20. And so that storm's going to miss New Ulm, really. It's going to move up more towards Nicollet and Cortland and Linden. And take a quick look over western Wisconsin. More severe thunderstorm warnings over towards Medford and Taylor County, Wisconsin. And keeping an eye on this tornado warning down here by Louisville. Yeah, that storm's definitely starting to look much more intense. To the point I'm going to clutter the map up here. I'm going to turn on storm reports. 1 hours of west I can do. Okay. Okay. So farther back on this storm, 4 miles east of Ormsby, a 2.5-inch hail estimated in size. No reports about storm near Wyndham. Dang, that circulation is looking tighter and tighter. St. Peter had a report of 2.5-inch hail, and that was observed and measured 1 mile south of St. Peter in Nicollet County. Back to the west of, or to the east of Nicollet. That also, what the hell? Okay. Oh, whatever. Okay. Okay. So 1 mile north of Wabasha, 20 minutes ago, there was a funnel cloud. So tornado possible tag on that is appropriate. And we have a new tornado. Yeah, it's tornado warning observed. Near Chelsea, you're 12 miles northwest of Medford, Wisconsin, moving east at 30. Chelsea around 6:30, Westboro 6:35, and Rib Lake around 6:40. Eventually, that would go on towards Wood Lake, the Mondo Flowage, and North Twin Lake. And that would eventually, if it kept going, would cross over the Lincoln County Forest in Lincoln County, Wisconsin, and go north of Merrill and south of Tomahawk across US 51, I-39 there. And we have a new tornado warning, it looks like. Radar indicated for northern Trempealeau County, and that is for that storm located over Stromer, 14 miles east of Mondovi, moving east at 25. I'm going to switch radars, and that's where I'm going to take the victory lap, because that is the storm I said should likely be tornado warned, because it was starting to look much more intense. Dang. Yeah, that storm's looking very intense. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Again, it's hard to say. But yeah, that is an appropriate tornado warning there. That is one. If I'm in Osseo, Wisconsin, I would be taking my tornado precautions right now. So anywhere, yeah, right there on exit 88, where 10 meets 94 and crosses over. Down around County Road B, and that even goes over towards Levis. So if you're along and south of along Highway 10 going up towards Price, Osseo, anywhere in that area, I would be taking my tornado precautions because that storm is definitely capable of producing a tornado. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Buffalo County with 1.5 inch hail observed at Nelson. And that storm did have a funnel cloud back in Wabasha about 25 minutes ago. Still have our strong storm just to the south of Northfield, another little core to the east of Northfield, and then a much stronger core south of Montgomery. And that's all in the southern Twin City exurbs there of Rice County, southwestern Dakota, and northeastern Le Sueur. And then back in the rest of Le Sueur County and back into northeastern Nicollet County, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for the areas around St. Peter, moving northeast at 20. 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and that was reported by the public. And that was as of 6:05. So a little bit ago. That is still producing some fairly substantial hail here just to the north and east of St. Peter, moving towards Cleveland. Severe thunderstorm warning for Brown County. That's going to go more south towards Cortland and Cambria. So New Ulm, you're going to see some showers, maybe some small hail with this, but that looks to be about it. The storm over here by Windham is now tornado warned. That it was issued by Sioux Falls, and that was for the tornado or the storm capable of producing a tornado over Windham, moving east at 25 with $half sized hail. And then we have our storm over here by Louisville, which still remains in effect. This was issued 10 minutes ago. Yeah, nothing else reported with it. So I'm a little surprised we've not seen more of an update on that storm. I was looking farther back to see what's happening there. Okay, so we have our tornadic storm over here in Strum. Let's see which radar sees it better. Ugh. Yuck. Okay. Which bad view do you want? So it's going to be the La Crosse view. So here's that storm by Strum. Here's the rotation signature with it right here. Oof. Do this. You know, almost looks like there could be just a little bit of a CC drop there, correlation coefficient drop, which would start to indicate we have some debris in the air, but I would rather see another rotation or two, another scan or two, before just thumping down and saying, yep, that's the case. Still have our observed tornado warning up here in northeastern Taylor County. That was over Chelsea. Our 8 miles north of Medford, moving east at 20. Tornado's been skipping across northern Taylor County. And that was reported by storm spotters. Chelsea now, and it's Rib Lake at 6:35. Eventually, that will also cover Camp Forest Spring, Wood Lake, the Mondo Florage, and North Twin Lake. Was taking a look at that storm by Strum again. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. That looks like that is starting to look like a concentrated CC drop. Hail 1.5 inches, 626 issued there. Osseo at 6:30. We're saying ping pong ball sized hail and tornado possible. 15 miles north of Whitehall. But looking at this storm and looking at, I want to look at this one more time. No, never mind. I was like, look at this area right here, just to the west of Osseo, just under the Highway 10 marker there. And it looked like a CC drop, but it's actually not positioned correctly to be a CC drop in the right place to be actually a tornado signature. Okay. Oh. Wabasha, you are still in the severe thunderstorm warning along with all of Buffalo County in Wisconsin. That was just updated here a couple of minutes ago. The storm is over Modena, or 8 miles northwest of, or northeast rather, of Alma, moving east at 40. Ping pong ball sized hail was reported in Wabasha at 6:23. So that storm will be moving out of Wabasha here pretty quick. And I often say over Modena, but then Wabasha. So if you see that curve in this, there we go. Oh, and that just sharpened up more. That's not what I wanted to see. Yeah. So we're going to have to watch this storm between Wabasha and Modena really closely because it's starting to rotate strongly as well. So a thunderstorm 9 miles southwest of Newell, moving northeast at 20, and that's producing golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Still have our severe thunderstorm warning out here by Windham, Bingham Lake, and Windham, and Mountain Lake. That was what I was trying to think of. $50 sized hail and tornado possible. Storm out here by Louisville. Switch radars. You realize when you realize you're looking at it from a radar that's 200 miles away, and there's an expansion of that tornado warning. That is now an observed tornado. Thank you. 7 miles southeast of Louisville, or 19 miles northeast of Fairmont, moving east at 25. Damaging tornado and 2-inch hail. So if you are in Vernon Center, Winnebago, Amboy, Delavan, or Mapleton, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now. This is a tornado on the ground producing damage. And just looking to see if we can actually see it yet. It's messy now. But looking at the velocities, yeah, that's right there. Okay, so we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for central Le Sueur and western Rice counties in south central Minnesota for a severe thunderstorm over Cleveland, or 13 miles northeast of Mankato. That storm is moving east at 20, and that has the potential to produce golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So that will include Kasota, Cleveland, Lake Jefferson, St. Henry, Le Center, Waterville, Kilkenny, Montgomery, Sakataw Lake State Park, Morristown, and Lonsdale. Still have severe thunderstorm warning in Rice County and in southwestern Dakota and northern Rice counties, and that will be in effect until 6:30, 7 o'clock. I had to look. And that storm was capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and golf ball sized hail. See if there's any update on that tornado warning out by Windham. 621, moving east at 25. So Mountain Lake and Bingham Lake are on 625 for that warning. And that is for this storm way out here by Bingham Lake now. And if we look at it, yeah, it's so far away from this radar. So let's switch that didn't really help. It's one of those where the storm is there. It's just, it's in a bad spot where nobody wants, and none of the radars really see it. Now, here's that rotation out here just to the west of Amboy. Let's switch radars again. Yeah. And you can clearly see that rotation there. That is wrapped up nice and tight. Still not showing a debris signature, but if it's moving over open fields and all it's doing is sucking up dirt, not really going to see much there. And this is our storm out here by Wabasha. That was produced a funnel cloud earlier. I'm going to switch radars because I'm looking at, again, the wrong radar. That just looks like a really huge mesocyclone there. Okay, I'm going to kind of eyeball this between D and 37, slightly closer to D. Okay, so this little area just to the southeast of the County Road D marker, you guys can see that. Let's set it a little center there. Right here by Modena, right in the center of the screen. You can see that big red ball and then the big bright green ball. Right where that red ball touches the green, just south and east of that County Road D sign, that is where the rotation would be. And so that is the area where I would be watching the most. That blue and green area down below along 37, that is just strong downdraft winds. If you're along 37, you're about to get hit with some very, very strong winds. I want to move over here to our storm by Strom. And this is tornado warned. And 626 was updated a couple of minutes ago. I'm going to switch radars real quick, see if I can see it better from Minneapolis. Not really. So there's that area of rotation just to the west of Osseo. Ugh, that is a mess. That's what that is. That's a mess. Oh, okay. So let's do that. Yeah. So that rotation really looks like it might be moving a little bit east to north of east. It looks like it's right along the county line there between Eau Claire County and Trempealeau County. So anywhere along Highway 10. So if you're over towards Osseo, Price, Fairchild, you want to be making sure you're watching the storm. If you're in Osseo, you want to be taking your tornado precautions now. Excuse me. If you're north of that, so from Fossler over towards Augusta and out towards Clark County, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Again, we're going to be watching that storm out here in Wabasha. Still a tornado warning out here by Rib Lake as well. I was just updated a couple minutes ago. Tornadoes have been producing intermittent tornadoes across northern Taylor County. Rib Lake at 635. So if you're in northern Taylor County and you're eventually heading over towards Lincoln County, if you're in that rural area north and west of Merrill, between 51 and the county line out towards Rib Lake, you're going to be watching that storm because it is producing tornadoes randomly, just higgledy-piggledy across the countryside. And looking at the La Crosse radar, look at the storm out by Amboy, even it sees the rotation in it. Wow. And it's seeing it well. Jeeps. Okay. An update on our tornado warning out by Wyndham. Now over Bingham Lake, moving east at 25. $half sized hail and tornado possible. Or there is tornado warning. It's radar indicated rotation. I am so far out in this from La Crosse. I can't see anything. There we go. There's that rotation. That's going to go just to the south of Mountain Lake. It's going to follow 60, really. So St. James down towards Odin. Where have we talked about you before today? Between St. James and Odin, over towards South Branch and Louisville. You're in the path of this storm. The storm over here by Amboy, that storm is definitely rambunctious. And it is definitely tornado 7 miles southwest of Amboy and Blue Earth, which is why that's now an observed tornado. Okay. So that's going to be this area right in here, just due west of Amboy, right along 30. Yep, right in here. Excuse me. Otherwise, we have our severe thunderstorm warning up here for Dakota, Le Sueur, and Rice counties for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That same warning in a variant form goes back towards areas east of St. Peter and west of Waterville. Faribault, looks like you're going to get another storm here. When the storm comes through Kilkenny, it's going to go right for Faribault. You guys don't need another storm. You've already had one big one today. Our storm down here south of Newell is starting to produce some very large hail, 1 3/4 inch hail, but it's also starting to look like it could produce a tornado. It's starting to get that same hook appearance there by Hanska. A storm out here by Mountain Lake is just looking every inch of nasty. And there was one more back here, I thought. No, that was the far back one. Okay. So we have our observed tornado down here. It's going to go right towards Amboy. It looks like it'll go just north of Amboy. Whether or not it will miss it, Mapleton is a different story. Here's your tornado right here. And based on a northeasterly track, ooh, that's going to be close for Amboy. That's going to be really close for Amboy. Yeah, it is. Go back over here to our tornado warning in Strom. Storm capable of producing a tornado over Osseo or 15 miles north of Whitehall. Golf ball sized hail and tornado possible. And that is over Osseo. So that will likely get extended out into whatever this county is. Getting out there far enough that I'm not sure. Because this is Jackson down here. I don't think that's Jackson up there. That might be Jackson. Find out when the warning gets issued over there. All right, so we're not getting the updates I thought we would be getting with some of these warnings. Really? Okay. So we're looking from Sioux Falls, which is having its own issues because it's looking through these storms right by the radar site. But both the storm in Windham and the storm Mountain Lake both are showing that same hook shape. If we look at the velocities, there's there's that. So Sioux Falls is seeing it. The storm over by Amboy, Sioux Falls clearly sees. But the problem is we're not really near either radar. So here's the Bingham Lake storm. So just south of Mountain Lake is really where that center of rotation is. There's our strong rotation couplet. It is just south of Willow Creek. Put this in motion. See where it's going exactly. Come on. Oof. Okay. Okay. So right now, Amboy, you are in danger. Sterling Center, pretty much anywhere along 30. If you're along Minnesota 30 from Willow Creek to Amboy, going over towards Sterling Center, which I know isn't on 30, but it's close, you are in the path of this tornadic thunderstorm. And this storm looks like it is definitely producing a tornado. If it's not, I will be surprised. Let me look through this real quick. I just want to. Yeah. Okay. You know, I think there might be a little bit of a CC drop right here, just along 30, which would also be right about where this little notch is. So yeah, that storm means business. So we'll just have a radar indicated tornado warning out here by Mountain Lake. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Faribault and Martin counties in south central Minnesota until 7:45. Severe thunderstorm over Fairmont, moving northeast at 30 with quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Laverne, Minnesota is now under a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Rock County and western Nobles until 7:30. Severe thunderstorm over Beaver Creek or near Laverne, moving east at 35 with 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, and a tornado possible tag on that warning. Oh, man. So let's go back over here to the storm at Amboy. That is the most dangerous looking storm right now. Man, still back here. That rotation is just hanging way back and not moving. And it is right in the core of that area, right in here. So it doesn't really, it is not a classic rotation signature or a classic position, rather. Excuse me, for that storm. I was watching, let's wait for this update to come through here. Oh, that was it. So we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning for 1.5-inch hail observed and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that is for that storm near Hanska, moving north or moving east at 25, and that storm is 13 miles south of New Ulm. So Lake Crystal, Judson, Garden City, and Minneopa State Park are all in the path of that storm. And that is for the storm up here by Hanska. And that is the storm that yeah, there's a weak rotation in it. I think I would have had a tornado possible tag on this storm for Lake Crystal. But yeah, there's a lot of things that could be done. And I don't have all the information that the National Weather Service and Chanhassen does. So I am not going to question them too far. But there are times I do wonder. Okay. Okay. Northwestern Jackson County in Wisconsin, they have extended that severe thunderstorm warning over from the areas around Strom and Osseo for 2-inch hail and winds less than 50 miles an hour with no tornado possible tag on it. So, Northwestern Jackson County, so Price, Levis, and areas south of Fairchild, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch hail. Still have the severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag for Buffalo County. As of a couple of minutes ago, the storm was near Modena, moving east at 35 with half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Half-dollar sized hail reported 4 miles north of Alma at 6:36. Or a flash flood warning here for northern Goodhue County. Still have our severe thunderstorm warning in effect for, holy buckets. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Dakota, Rice, and sorry, I just saw the signature on the radar, and northeastern LeSueur. Sorry about that. Looking at this storm right here. So that is south and east of Cleveland, north and east of Madison Lake. Signature's there, but boy, that's the kind of storm that will grab any meteorologist and make them go, hey, look at that. Still have a messy looking presentation down here by Amboy. Still got that, still some rotation right in there. But boy, almost looks like this storm may have just decided to give up. But storms like this don't just give up. Last update, 628. Okay. Our storm back here towards Medicine Lake. Switch radars because we are sort of closer to Sioux Falls. Yeesh. So both of these storms just don't show up well. But they both have that same kind of hook appendage hanging down from them. One south of Mountain Lake, and then the one, storm that's over Wyndham. The storm itself wraps around Wyndham there. Just south of Wyndham is where the pivot would be. Some distinct rotation here. Oh, look at that. There's that. Fortunately, that's in the right spot. Okay. So just south of Mountain Lake, along 60, just south and east, rather, I should say. So moving up towards Butterfield and then up towards St. James. Fairly distinct circulation there moving up your direction. The storm back towards Wyndham here, I would be watching it as well. It's kind of in a weird spot for radar. It's not being seen terribly well. Our storm up here by Amboy, still tornado warned. That circulation looks like it would be about over Amboy right now. And that warning is still observed. Confirmed over Amboy, 22 southwest of Mankato, moving east at 25. Oof. Vernon, Center, Amboy, and Mapleton are the storms in the path of this tornadic storm. Now, I was wondering about that because that Amboy looked like it was, oh, boof. Oh, there it is, right there. Okay. No distinct CC drop, which is not necessarily a good thing. It's just not a bad thing. At that distance, I wouldn't want to see one, so. Okay. News for thunderstorm warning has been issued for Watonwan County for that storm 6 miles southwest of Butterfield, moving east at 25, 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That's that same storm over Mountain Lake. So the Cottonwood County tornado warning, that is from Sioux Falls. The warning for St. James is coming from Minneapolis. And they do have a tornado possible tag on it, which I find interesting. I mean, yeah. The storm up here by Linden and Hanska, that is really starting to produce some hail. I mean, that's looking more and more intense. Yeah. Amboy, I think we might wind up seeing some substantial damage reports out of Amboy here. Oof. I can't tell if that is just, yeah, it's in the right spot for it, but we have a new tornado warning for southwestern Rice, northwestern Steele, and northeastern Waseca County until 7:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Waterville, or 14 miles southwest of Faribault, moving east at 25. So Waseca Airport, Waseca, Sakatah Lake State Park, Morristown, Deerfield, Warsaw, Owatonna Airport, Clinton Falls, Faribault, Medford, and Owatonna, all in the path of this new tornado warning. And that is for this storm right here. Oh, that's Amboy. I'm looking at the wrong storm. Sorry. And that is for this storm here, specifically this area just north of Waseca is where the circulation would be. Oh, yeah. Just north and west of Waseca. Still very intrigued by the storm here northwest of Waterville. It's not rotating, but it just looks like it. All right, we have no tornado warnings at this point in Wisconsin, which is good because we're starting to get a little busy over here in Minnesota. So right now we have three tornado warnings in Minnesota. We have our new tornado warning north of Waseca moving towards Owatonna, Medford, and Clinton Falls. And that could eventually make it up to Walcott. We have our tornado warning for our tornado over Amboy that will eventually move up towards Mapleton. And we have our tornado warning for the storm that is just south and east of Mountain Lake, about to move into Watonwan County. And we have rotation back here still over Wyndham. And that could wind up that could wind up getting warned as well, but that would be Sioux Falls. So we'd have a little bit of a heads up before that moved into Watonwan County. Otherwise, we have tornado warning south of the border in Palo Alto and Emmett County in northwestern Iowa. And that's for a storm moving east at 15. So that will move south of the border. But we have severe thunderstorm warnings from Fairmont over towards Pilot Grove up to Blue Earth. And I'm going to take back what I just said. Iowa Lake, or 10 miles south of Fairmont, Minnesota, moving northeast at 20, is a tornado warning for radar indicated rotation and quarter size hail. Taking that storm across the border, we would be looking at areas between East Chain and Pilot Grove up towards Blue Earth. Now, that whole area from Winnebago up towards Minnesota Lake to East Chain to Pilot Grove, back to Fairmont, down to Ceylon, you're already in a severe thunderstorm warning as it is for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Areas in Lake Crystal up towards Hanska. Hanska, your radar indicated 1 3/4 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That will expire in 8 minutes. That storm is going to be moving into the area around Lake Crystal. And when it does, that's going to move in with 1-inch hail at least. So 1-inch hail was recorded near Hanska. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Blue Earth County and Watonwan County. And that is for Lake Crystal, Judson, Garden City, and Minneopa State Park. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Le Sueur and western Rice County until 7:30. And that is for a severe thunderstorm that was located near La Center, moving east at 20. Golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds being the primary threats there. We have severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for south central Dakota, east central Le Sueur, and northern Rice counties until 7, and that's for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Primary areas are Montgomery, Lonsdale, Dundas, and Northfield. We still have our tornado warning down here in Morristown, Waseca, and Owatonna for southwestern Rice County, northwestern Steele County, and northwestern Waseca County in south central Minnesota until 7:30. That's for a tornado, possible, and quarter-sized hail. And then we have a tiny little sliver of a severe thunderstorm warning left for Goodhue County, or Wabasha County, rather, around the city of Wabasha. That warning is going to expire in 7 minutes, and there has been several reports of funnel clouds and hail 1.5 inches. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued for southwestern Goodhue County for a severe storm over Stanton, or 10 miles east of Northfield, moving east at 25 with quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is a list of towns I've already named today: Cannon Falls, Westito, Hayter, Vasa, Goodhue, and Red Wing. You guys don't need another storm. You really don't. That whole area is already under a flash flood warning, as is Red Wing down to Lake City and Belchester. So the northern 2/3 of Goodhue County, you're in a flash flood warning until midnight. Tornado near Waterville, or 14 miles southwest of Faribault. This is in Minnesota, moving east at 25. Our Amboy storm looks like it's starting to move a bit. 2.5-inch hail reported just west of Amboy. And the Mountain Lake storm by Butterfield, that is actually starting to move in substantially into Watonwan County. The rotation is going to pass south of Butterfield. It's going to parallel 60 to the south. So it's going to go north of Odin, south of Butterfield. And eventually, as it heads east, it's going to move towards Louisville. And Louisville, you've already seen one nasty thunderstorm today. So have a severe thunderstorm warning back towards Laverne for southern Rock and western Nobles County until 7:30. And that's for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. I think I'm just going to leave a blanket statement. If I mention the severe thunderstorm warning and don't give any details, it's 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Kind of the standard, yep, that's a severe thunderstorm warning kind of warning. Okay. The tornado warning for areas east of Windham and then into Mountain Lake and Bingham Lake. Oh, no, yeah, they're going to expire that out for southeastern Cottonwood County. Storm has moved out of the area. I still don't trust the storm out by Windham, but Yeah, still got, okay, yeah. So the Wyndham storm has 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, half dollar sized hail, radar indicated, and a tornado possible tag on it. So areas by Mountain Lake to Butterfield and Bingham Lake, you're not out of the woods yet. And given where this storm is, I would say areas more towards Odin and Ormsby, so a little farther south in Watonwan County would be the areas to be more concerned. I'm just looking, see what other warnings may have popped up here. One, two, three. Okay. And I did manage to figure out what was going on with my app. It thinks I'm in Lakeville at the airport at Air Lake down here where it says 64. And I'm not. That's why it was showing me the lightning strikes up here by Northfield. And excuse me. Okay. So we now what? So our tornado warning for Central Blue Earth and North Central Faribault counties has been reset to a radar indicated tornado near Amboy, or 20 miles south of Mankato, moving east at 25. Storm does contain up to tennis ball sized hail, so hail up to 2.5 inches, and tornado possible. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for southeastern Le Sueur and southwestern Rice counties until 7:30. And that is for a storm that is 5 miles north of Elysian, or 18 miles northeast of Mankato, moving east at 20 with golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Excuse me. Oh man. Uh, Sorry about that. I mean, for you guys to hear all the drinking noises. Wow. So, large warning here for all of Buffalo and all of Trempealeau counties in west central Wisconsin until 8 o'clock. That is for your standard 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and tornado possible tag on that storm. And that is for that cluster of storms that is moving out of Waukesha and Alma. Also includes the cells around Independence, back down towards Arcadia, and back towards Buffalo City. Still have a fairly substantial storm out here by Fairchild and Price. That's going to quickly be moving out over here into Clark County in Wisconsin. I'm trying to clear things out so I can see here. Um, okay. Good Lord. There's so many different warnings going on right now. Okay. So, still have the rotation south and west of St. James, south of Butterfield. My bear's watching. The storm up here that is east of Hanska, south of Cambria, north and west of Lake Crystal, has the shape. I'm going to look at its velocity here. Not really. Okay. I mean, it looks like it could do something, but it's really not. Yeah, this for thunderstorm warning back for Hanska and Linden in Brown County has expired. So what we still have, let's do a quick southwest and northeast run up the line here. So we still have yeah, that just expired. Never mind. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Watonwan County, and that is for areas around Butterfield moving up towards St. James. And that is for 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a tornado possible tag on that warning. We have a very large severe thunderstorm warning that runs from Pilot Grove, East Chain, back up towards Fairmont and Blue Earth, up towards Winnebago, out towards Minnesota Lake. And that is for 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail. Okay, just reading the updated warning here for Southwestern Rice, northwestern Steele, and northeastern Waseca County in Minnesota. That storm is now over Morristown, or 10 miles southwest of Faribault, moving east at 25. Quarter-sized hail and tornado are the risks with that storm. And that severe thunderstorm warning, that larger one down for the areas by Fairmont and Blue Earth, that is for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Same thing around Lake Crystal. Still the tornado warning for the area around Amboy. So that's central Blue Earth and north central Faribault counties. That is for that tornado that was near Amboy, 21 miles south of Mankato, moving east to 25. Tennis ball sized hail, so 2.5 inch hail and tornadoes still possible with that storm. 2.5 inch hail was observed. We still have our tornado warning that we just talked about that got updated. We have a severe thunderstorm warning still for southeastern Le Sueur and southwestern Rice counties. And that is for that storm 20 miles northeast of Mankato, moving east at 20 with 60-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball sized hail. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Goodhue County until 7:45. That was for a storm near Stanton, or 10 miles east of Northfield, moving east at 25 with the 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1 inch hail. And not to be forgotten, the flash flood warning that is in effect for Goodhue County for another 4 hours. That will expire at 11 p.m. And that runs from Red Wing down to Belchester, back to Battle Creek, over to Cannon Falls, and down towards Wanamingo and Kenyon. And that is for rain of 2 to 5 inches that fell in a very short amount of time. Really, it did. It was within a couple of hours. So a very large severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag on that one. And that is for Buffalo and Trempealeau counties in west central Wisconsin. And there's a string of warnings that go across from Augusta and east of Osseo towards Neillsville, all the way over almost to Green Bay, Clintonville, Wisconsin, over towards Pulaski and Seymour. And then we still have one severe thunderstorm warning farther north, and that's going to go towards Merrill. And that is that storm that was occasionally producing. No, it wasn't. That was this storm. I had to look. I was like, that's the same cell. No, it's not. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of take a brief breather here. We have. Is that warning still valid? 646. Might be. I mean, yeah, it would have been. That would make sense. So we have our tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for areas around St. James and northern Watonwan County. A very strong storm about to move into Lake Crystal. Some very large hail with that one. It's going to go probably just to the north and east of Lake Crystal. Okay. Yeah, brief breather. Yeah, well, sometimes you don't get to do that. So the tornado warning down here by Mapleton, areas east of Amboy. That'll expire in 11 minutes. That storm does have 2.5 inch hail in it. I would not be surprised if we're seeing 2.5 inch hail down here between Truman and Winnebago. Still have our tornado warning down here by Owatonna. For southwestern Rice, northwestern Steele, northeastern Waseca. As for quarter-sized hail and tornado possible, that area of tornadic rotation would be down here south and west of Deerfield, north and east of Waseca, moving towards the Owatonna Airport, Clinton Falls, and areas just to the south of Medford and just to the north of Owatonna. And I am going to let you guys look at the radar for a little bit here. I'm going to drop that mess out of there. And I am going to pop off camera and I am going to take a brief breather because I've been talking nonstop for 3.5 hours and I'm about to lose my voice. So let me take a breather. And if there, you know what, you're not going to get any warnings because the stupid warning thing's not working. That's going to be something I have to look at later. I think I know what it is, but if it is what I think it is, yeah. The developer of that particular piece of software likes to change things and break things while they do it. So I may just need to get another update here. Keeping an eye still south and west of Blue Earth. There's a tornado warning just across the border in Iowa. That storm is moving northeast. So Areas around Blue Earth could see a tornado warning here while I step away. I will not be gone long, but just looking. There we go. Yeah. I'm going to put this into motion so you can get an idea of how things are moving. Sorry, I just noticed the storm moving ways it's not supposed to. Watching that storm up down here by Truman. But I will let you guys watch that. I am going to step away. I keep promising that, and I'm actually going to. Hello again, and I am back. Mm, Doing a quick little scan here and see if anything jumps out at me. It changed in 3 minutes. So they did allow the severe thunderstorm warning for Dakota Rice and northeastern LeSueur County to expire. Looking quite a ways farther north than we'd been looking for a while, and there's a cell that's gotten north of the front up here by Fairfax and Gaylord. But I'm also looking at this area up here towards Hector, up towards Hutchinson, that's just rapidly developing here. That could prove a bit more interesting for the Northwest Metro if it holds together and can develop. Boy, I'm almost tempted to turn off the severe thunderstorm warnings at this point just so we can see the tornado warnings. So we still have our tornado warning that expires in 20 minutes for areas around Owatonna. So that the tornadic circulation was 8 miles west of Owatonna or 7 miles east of Waseca, moving east at 25. Should be around Medford at 720 and Owatonna around 725. It'll also be around Clinton Falls and Deerfield. And that is for this area right here that is circulating quite strongly. We have our other tornado warning, which is now near Mapleton. I don't see much circulation left in that storm. So I'm going to stop that and look at velocity data. Yeah, there is still some rotation there. I mean, it's still rotating, but it's not nearly as intense as it was. And that is still kind of following along 30. It's going to follow 30 as if it didn't go to Mapleton. It's just going to kind of keep going around it. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for northwestern Blue Earth and northeastern Martin counties until 7:45. And that's for a storm 6 miles west of Amboy, moving northeast at 40 with ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Their radar indicated. Amboy, Vernon Center, Garden Center, Good Thunder, Lake Crystal, and Minneopa State Park in the path of that storm. It seems like I'm starting to mention a lot of the same places over and over again. So I have a severe thunderstorm warning down here. 1.25 inch hail, and that is for Rock and Nobles County, so down by Laverne. And that storm is near Adrian. That storm does have $half sized hail in there, so and that is observed. So it's definitely something to make sure you are protecting yourself against. Otherwise, severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning down in Iowa. The storm that produced the tornado warning or caused the tornado warning in Iowa is just moving across the border. You can see that here just south and west of Pilot Grove, just crossing over the border. And that is going to be moving towards Blue Earth. So that is a storm to be watching. Yeah, Des Moines is going to let that warning expire for Kossuth and Emmett counties, which is the blinking county there, blinking warning there. So southeastern Blue Earth, northeastern Faribault, and southwestern Waseca counties until 8 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm warning. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and 1.75 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible tag on that storm. That is that same storm that was moving out of Owatonna. So that's not surprising at that, or Owatonna, moving out of Amboy. Holy cow. Oof. And there's the extension of the tornado warning that I was expecting for southwestern Faribault County. And that is going to be 14 miles southeast of Fairmont, moving northeast at 15. So Elmore, Blue Earth, and Frost in the path of that storm. The other tornado warning that I was looking at, the corner of my eye, was near Owatonna. And that is for a storm that was just west of Owatonna, moving to the east at 25. So Medford around 720 and Owatonna around 725. And that is this area of circulation right here, which is not nearly as pronounced as it was. Still our severe thunderstorm warning for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds in southwestern Goodhue County. Buffalo and Trempealeau counties in Wisconsin still have severe thunderstorm warnings, and southeastern Eau Claire County, as well as northwestern Jackson and then Clark County. So it's a bit of a mess, but at the same time, it's kind of a clean mess because the storms are starting to organize themselves in terms of where they are. I want to put this in motion one more time. I just want to watch this development north of the front. Okay. There's some showers going by Mound too. So there was a strong forecast indication, and even the high res models and the short term rapid refresh models, we're seeing the possibility of storms north of the front. And the primary threat with those storms, which would be anywhere north of the tornado watch. So we're talking areas Marshall towards the Twin Cities, up towards Chautauqua and Rice Lake, up towards St. Cloud. Those storms could produce large hail, but not nearly the risk of tornadoes. It would be very much a hail threat. And so that's why I'm kind of keeping an eye on these storms that are moving towards the metro, as they are north of the front and could actually start to produce large hail. The bigger issue would be is if storms that are south of the front can cross over. So if any of these supercells were to get firmly rooted at the surface along the front and then move north, they would become elevated, but they would become prolific hail producers. And so that is something that we're definitely going to have to watch here for the next couple of hours. That storm coming towards Owatonna and Clinton Falls is starting to look even more organized than it was 10 minutes ago. I'm going to pop that out of motion. I'll look at velocity data. Yeah, definitely starting to get some rotation, starting to tighten up here. South and west of Clinton Falls, north and west of Owatonna. Still some weak rotation south of Mapleton. This is that Amboy storm. Now, the storm down here by South Branch definitely has some rotation in it. And here's that rotation coming up towards Blue Earth. That's still fairly tight rotation considering we're looking about 150 miles away from the radar. Looking, I hear it. Getting background noises of emails coming in. No, it's nothing important. Okay. And I will say that one thing that has caught my eye really is areas from Albert Lee up towards Owatonna and over towards Rochester and Winona. This whole area of southeastern Minnesota has not been touched yet. And so that warm, juicy air mass is still there waiting to be worked over. So that could wind up being a bit more interesting later this evening for those areas. I was looking to see if we have updates on these tornado warnings. Moving northeast at 15. That is so weird to me. Like these storms have been moving a lot faster. Okay, no. That storm was a complete fake out. I'm impressed. Okay, so let's do that. So as we look at south of Mapleton, and this is again that Amboy circulation that went through and produced the tornado very near or over Amboy. That rotation does not look as defined on the radar. And if you look here, it's a very broad rotation if there's much of a rotation there at all. I would be more concerned if I was in Clinton Falls towards Owatonna Airport, kind of threading the needle between Medford and Owatonna. That rotation is looking stronger than it was. It's still not overbearing. I mean, if it looked more like this circulation down here towards Pilot Grove and even closer together, then I would be much more concerned. This Pilot Grove circulation actually is the best looking rotation we've seen except for the Amboy tornado. Otherwise, it's gone kind of quiet, which is sometimes a good thing and sometimes a bad thing. Sometimes quiet can be good. It means things are starting to settle down and the atmosphere has been worked over. Unfortunately, we have a fairly substantial area of severe thunderstorms from Red Wing over towards Wabasha, all the way back down, almost to Storm Lake in Iowa, that is going to stay together and move east and has a very um, friendly environment to move into for maintaining storm strength and intensity. And we have an updated severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Blue Earth County. That storm is over Lake Crystal, moving east at 25 with golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So that's 1.75 inch hail and a tornado possible tag on that storm. So that is this area right here by Lake Crystal, Rapidan, and Garden City. And you can see that little bit of a notch there. Yeah, definitely some possible rotation there. Wouldn't get too excited about it, but it's there. The storm over by Owatonna is just messy. Um, Trying to get a feel for the rest of this stuff and not having the best luck with. Okay, there we go. Storm capable of producing a tornado over Owatonna, moving east at 25. Medford at 720, so now, and Owatonna at 725. Curious. Um, yeah, so that is that area right here. And like I said, it doesn't stand out terribly well in the velocity data. I mean, it's there, but it's just, there's nothing super pronounced. And There's the remnants of the Amboy circulation there south of Mapleton. That rotation down here south and west of Blue Earth by Pilot Grove, that has fallen apart. That rotation has gotten much wider. Whereas before it was a couple, maybe a kilometer or two wide. Now it's about 5 kilometers wide, maybe 10. So 6 miles is much better than a half a mile in terms of rotation distances. So why in the heck is my phone chirping away? And why is my computer chirping away? Okay. I have no idea. Weird. Okay. Yeah, even that little bit of a circulation by Lake Crystal has started to really not be that discernible. So right now, the only real circulation we have left is down here by Owatonna. Do you still have tornado warnings in effect for Blue Earth County? Oh, for Blue Earth, into Blue Earth County, towards Frost and Blue Earth. We no longer have a tornado warning for the areas around Minnesota Lake and Mapleton. We still have our tornado warning up here by Owatonna. Storm that's moving up here along Minnesota 60 between Waterville and Morristown towards Wausau and Faribault. That storm is still severe warned, but not much happening with it. Looks like it's actually weakening a bit, which is not too surprising given the strength of the storm out here by Owatonna. Otherwise, these storms are starting to really come together and form up into a cluster. And what's going to happen is these storms are going to form into a squall line. And as they do that, the risk of tornadoes is going to drop dramatically, but the risks of high winds will increase. So there's an updated for Northern Steele County. I have now issued a severe thunderstorm warning for 1 3/4 inch hail and winds up to 60 miles an hour with golf ball sized hail, and no tornado warning. No tornado possible tag for that storm near Medford. You know, there are days I struggle to understand exactly what it is that Janhassen does with their warnings. I mean, okay. I'll be surprised if the warning here for Faribault County actually runs until 8:15, because that circulation down here by Pilot Grove, it's there, but it's fairly broad. I'd be, I think myself, I would be more likely to issue a warning for the area, well, at least what it looked like, south of Mapleton, but that is falling apart. The same thing with this, like the area down here by South Branch and Louisville, that's falling apart pretty quickly. The Owatonna storm, that's starting to bow out. That's starting to look more like a higher wind um, situation than a tornado situation. So right now we do have our tornado warning still for, oh, I'm going to say Steele County. Yeah, northwestern Steele County for the storm over Owatonna moving east at 25. Otherwise, we have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings, including Goodhue County for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. At least I believe so. I'm going to double check real quick. Yep. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for areas south and west of Mankato, and that is for northwestern Blue Earth County near Lake Crystal for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that is also a tornado possible storm. We have a bigger severe thunderstorm warning that expires in 20 minutes, also for 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that is for a storm that was 18 miles northeast of Fairmont, moving northeast at 40. And so that is actually this area back here, south of Vernon Center. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for the storm near Lewiston and South Branch, and that will be until 8 o'clock, and that is for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds with a tornado possible tag on it. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Blue Earth County. Or no, it's western Faribault County. Is Blue Earth in Faribault County? I've been wrong this whole time. Yes, because Blue Earth County is Mankato. Western Faribault County for a severe thunderstorm near Winnebago, moving northeast at 30, which means that'd be a southwestern part of Faribault County. Yeah, in south central Minnesota. That's that tornado warning. 8 miles west of Fillmore, or 14 miles southeast of Fairmont, moving northeast at 15. I cannot believe I did that. It's what I joke about the Iowa thing, where the county of the name and the city of the name are not in the same places. Because Blue Earth is down here in Faribault County, but the city of Faribault is about 65 miles northeast. There are a few other examples like that where it's just like, don't do that. It's like, no, this is confusing. Okay. Trempealeau and Buffalo counties in northwestern Wisconsin. Looks like they just updated that one. For east central Buffalo and central Trempealeau, $half sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That was centered near Arcadia, moving east at 25. So Arcadia and Independence about now. Whitehall at 7:30 and Blair at 7:35. And that's Michigan. Okay. I had a quick look at it again because I saw MI and thought it said MN. Okay. It's definitely starting to look more and more like we are starting that transition into the squall line that was expected, because these storms are all starting to form together into one big congealed mass. Now, having said that, this area here towards Neilsville and out here towards Arcadia, over here in Buffalo and Trempealeau counties, in Clark County, those are ahead of everything. They could still become tornadic. Their window for that is starting to close somewhat with the lack of heating and the fact that the sun is going down and we've lost our diurnal heating, or heating of the day. Now, okay, sorry. Thought I just heard thunder and I'm like, there's no way I'm hearing thunder. Oh, a little shower coming through. I think that's going to be the rule for the southern half of the Twin Cities. There's going to be some occasional showers, but unless something really decides to haul itself to the north as opposed to the mostly the east, I don't think we're going to see anything besides showers in the metro. St. Cloud, you're going to see a little bit of rain with this activity that's back here, but again, it's going to be some light rain. It's not going to be anything severe. All the severe weather is going to be south of the Twin Cities, from Red Wing to Northfield to New Ulm, back to Pipestone and south. If you're north of that line, you it's very unlikely you will see severe weather at all. So we still have our severe thunderstorm warning. It's been trimmed down to south central Goodhue County. And that is for a storm that is 13 miles southwest of Red Wing, moving east at 25. Hayter and Goodhue in the path of that storm. And that is for our friendly 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. The Steele County severe thunderstorm warnings for 1 3/4 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That will expire here at 8:15. We have a remnant of a warning that just expired out here by Waterville. Um, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to expire here at 8 o'clock, and that is for southwestern, or southeastern rather, Blue Earth County, northeastern Faribault County, and southwestern Waseca County. Again, that's till 8 o'clock for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Further down that, we have all of northwestern Faribault County, and a severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible tag. Blue Earth in southwestern Faribault County is still under a tornado warning until 8:15, and that storm is moving northeast at 15. And there is still some remnants of the circulation back here by Pilot Grove, which I'm a little surprised at, but it's definitely still there. That rotation up here by Mapleton. That's starting to tighten up again, just north of Minnesota Lake. This is that Amboy circulation that is held together. It's weakened a little bit south of Mapleton, south and west of Mapleton. Now it's starting to re-strengthen again. So that will bear watching, as most of these storms have. Um, yeah, the worst. Yeah, that tornado warning for Steele County has been allowed to expire. That's gone. Um, I would be more looking at a large hail or larger hail and wind event out here in northeastern Steele County. We have two severe thunderstorm warnings down here, and I'm wondering if they're going to consolidate that. There is one that was for a storm just southwest of Mankato moving east, which would be this storm here under Skyline to Rapidan. But then there's also the cell back here towards Vernon Center. That's why there's two different warnings for that area. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45 for northwestern Blue Earth and northeastern Martin counties. And that is for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then we have a smaller warning up here. Really? Hey, tornado warning for southeastern Blue Earth County, northeastern Faribault, northwestern Freeborn, and southern Waseca County. For a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Minnesota Lake, or 22 miles south of Mankato, moving east at 25. So that was that storm we had just looked at. And I said, nah, it's starting to tighten back up. And it did. And so it now has a tornado warning on it. And then we have a severe thunderstorm warning still back here in Watonwan County for a storm that's a little bit southeast of St. James. That's for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail, so our 1-inch 60 friend. We have an update on the Lake Vernon storm, too. That storm is near Good Thunder now, or 11 miles southwest of Mankato, moving northeast at 40. Vernon Center, Garden City, Good Thunder, and Lake Crystal in the path of that storm. Again, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And looking at this rotation, yeah, that area north of Minnesota Lake is starting to look a bit more tight. Just looking at our integrated liquid, this shows us hail cores. For those of you, wow, still a huge hail core right here by Neilsville, over here in Buffalo County. Down here by Goodhue, nice little hail core. Another one right here in Wabasha County, just in the north central part of the north, really far north part of the county, just southwest of Lake City along 63. Smaller one out here by Nerstrand. Pretty good sized hail from Owatonna up towards Medford. Fairly large hail again up here between Minnesota Lake and Mapleton, where that tornado warning is. That storm is producing some very large hail. Large hail also up by Rapidan, up by Vernon Center, and Louisville. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm not bored, I promise. I'm not really that tired either. Just taking a look at the overall situation here. So over here in Goodhue, South Central Goodhue County, that's your thunderstorm warning, and that will run until 8 o'clock, 7:45 rather. And that is for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Same thing down here by Owatonna. I think that's actually 1 3/4. Yeah, radar indicated 1 3/4 inch hail. We have our tornado warning still down here by Minnesota Lake. Let's see if that storm looks any better. It does, unfortunately. The good side is it doesn't show a correlation coefficient drop or a debris detection. So I will take that as a win, even though we have a tornado warning. Zoom out a bit because I'm starting to lose some storm structure being so zoomed in. So from St. Peter to Mankato to Good Thunder, Vernon Center, down to Truman, Fairmont, all the way back down to Esterville, Iowa, I have one cluster of storms starting to come together. Another one from Blue Earth down towards Algona in Iowa. We have the tornadic supercell that is moving north of Minnesota Lake and moving down towards New Richland and Freeborn, and eventually will pass north of Albert Lee. And then we have another cell that is up by Owatonna, and then another cluster up here. That's the cluster in Goodhue County, Rice County, and over into northern Wabasha County. Those are kind of the big stories. The tornado warning for Faribault County is still kind of surprising me because that rotation has gotten to be extremely broad. So I'm really kind of surprised that that's being allowed to continue. Circulation up here north of Minnesota Lake, on the other hand, has not weakened. It has actually gotten a little stronger. Some very weak rotation up north of Good Thunder. There might be some rotation here by Havana, south and east of Owatonna. That would be in about the right spot for where you would expect something, but right now it is still a weak rotation. So right now the only tornado warnings we have are for the storm out here by Minnesota Lake moving towards New Richland and Freeborn, and then the cell that was moving from between Pilot Grove and Elmore up towards Blue Earth. And that warning is still going to remain in effect. They are still seeing enough rotation to keep that warning going in areas around Blue Earth, Elmore, and Frost. So they're looking at this area of rotation right in here, west of 169 and east of Faribault County 17. They're still looking at that, and that's why they're keeping that area under a tornado warning. The storm up here in Minnesota Lake just keeps coming together better and better. I don't like it, but it is what it is. Okay. So primarily, oh, where did that come from? Oh, new severe thunderstorm warning out here by Worthington. That's that Laverne storm. Still chunking right along. Tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1.25 inch hail possible with that storm. That is way out here in Nobles and Jackson County in southwestern Minnesota. $half sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That warning is until 8:15. So yeah, Jackson County now. Jackson County and northwestern Monroe County, west central Wisconsin, severe thunderstorm warning for a storm that was near Blair or 10 miles southeast of Whitehall, moving east at 40. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's that same cell that went through Alma and everywhere else earlier today, and it's continued to chunk right along. What is that little diamond thing? Non-thunderstorm wind damage. Really? Down trees. Okay. Very curious about that. All right. We have an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning now into Dodge County and southeastern Minnesota until 8:45. And that is for that storm that's near Owatonna. That is going to be moving towards Claremont at 7:45, Dodge Center at 8, Mansfield and Quezon at 8:10. And so that is for radar indicated 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. I don't know if you can tell, but we're starting to see fewer severe thunderstorm warnings, but bigger severe thunderstorm warnings as they're starting to really congeal, like we were talking about, congeal into a line. And as they do, it's easier to put out bigger severe thunderstorm warnings because you're not trying to hit individual little cells. So we have the severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be allowed to expire at 7:45 for western Faribault County. That's that area north and west of Blue Earth up towards Winnebago. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning for another 20 minutes for southeastern Watonwan County, and that is for a quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. To the east of that, for a different cell, we have another severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that is for the area from Lake Crystal down towards Vernon Center. And they just expanded that warning, made it bigger. So this is for the storm that's near Louisville. So we have a severe thunderstorm for southwestern Blue Earth, northwestern Faribault, northeastern Martin, and southeastern Watonwan County until 8:30. And that is for that storm near Louisville, or 20 miles north of Fairmont, moving east at 25. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds are the primary threat with that storm. And for our storm out here by Minnesota Lake, we haven't gotten an update, but that storm is definitely looking much more intense, especially right here, just south of 30. Boy. Uh-huh. Ooh. I don't know if I like that. Okay, I can't tell. Well, yeah, there, there, there may be a little bit of a debris signature there. I say just a little bit, and I'm going to say maybe, just because it is so weak. It's far enough from the radar. When they have cut down that severe thunderstorm warning now for South Central Goodhue, that's going to expire here in about 3 minutes. And that was for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Boy, I'll look over here by Black River Falls. I'm sorry, Jackson County, over by Hickston and Taylor. Some nice rotation there. Not what you want to see going into the nighttime hours. Not at all. That's also looking very high up into the storm at that point. Let me look at it from lacrosse. What does it show? Yeah, that's contamination. And there is still some rotation just south and east of Hickston, right in here. But it's in the wrong spot in the storm, really, to. Yeah, it's totally in the wrong spot. Okay. So, oh man, so many warnings, such a mess. So, our storm near Owatonna has taken on a much more linear look. And so what that tells me is the chances of it producing a tornado are much lower. It will most likely be a strong wind threat as it moves along US 14 and areas north. So Dodge Center to Mantreville up towards West Concord, over towards Quezon. You're in that area with that severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1.5-inch hail. I would not be surprised if we saw some 70-mile-an-hour reports come out of that. Another severe thunderstorm just south of Medford, and that is producing up to 1 3/4 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And I need to sit back just a little bit and rest my backside because I'm leaning forward. We have a large severe thunderstorm warning covering areas from Waseca back towards Eagle Lake in almost Mankato. And that is for 1 1/4 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, a $half sized hail there. And that will expire in an hour, so about 8:45. Another larger warning just expiring, which I would not be surprised if they replaced it for that area. Around Garden City, I have a large severe thunderstorm warning down here. It's for southwestern Blue Earth, northwestern Faribault, northeastern Martin, and southeastern Watonwan. And that is for our friends 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds that will expire here at 8:30. We still have our tornado warning down here till 8:15, and that is for southwestern Faribault County. I'd really like to see an update on this warning down here towards New Richland, right in here. All right. News for thunderstorm warning for southeastern Faribault and southwestern Freeborn counties until 8:45. That storm is 27 miles west of Albert Lee, or moving east at 30. And we are looking at 1 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that will cover Frost, Bryceland, Brush Creek, Keister, Walters, Hansfield, Alden, Conger, Emmons, Manchester, and Twin Lakes. And just after that would be Albert Lee. So, yeah, the severe thunderstorm warnings are definitely starting to get bigger and they're starting to cover more area. So, of note, north of, I will say US 14, but that's not quite there. From St. Peter to Faribault, over to Zumbrota and Wabasha, and north, currently have no severe thunderstorm warnings. There is still a flash flood warning for northern and the northern portions of Goodhue County, and that will run until 11 p.m. And that's because that area saw anywhere from between 2 and 5, 2 to 4, 2 to 5 inches of rain earlier this afternoon when we had that big cluster of storms move through. We have our severe thunderstorm warnings for Owatonna. That's going to expire here in about 28 minutes. That might be allowed to be canceled earlier because the biggest part of that storm is about to move out of Steele County and over here into Dodge County. And that Dodge County warning is for 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that will expire at 8:45. Back here, Waseca to Eagle Lake and Janesville, so back along Highway 14 towards Mankato, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for 1.25 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That will expire at 8:45. Still have our tornado warning down here for areas around Minnesota Lake. So southeastern Blue Earth County, northeastern Faribault County, northwestern Freeborn County, and southern Waseca County until 8:15. That rotating thunderstorm is near Minnesota Lake, and that is moving east at 25. Minnesota Lake, Matawan, Freeborn, and New Richmond in the path of that storm. And we have our severe thunderstorm warning for this cell down here by Frost and Bryceland. That is moving to the east towards Albert Lee, and that is in effect until 8:45 for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Still have a tornado warning in effect for southwestern Faribault County, and that is in effect until 8:15, so about another half an hour. And that was for some rotation that moved in out of Iowa and is still vaguely present up here towards between Frost and Bryceland. It's not nearly as distinct as it was. Sorry, I'm not southwest of Frost. Let's look at the wrong area. It's this area right here, south and east of Marna, and south and east of or south and west of Frost. And they just trimmed that down over Frost, 25 miles east of Fairmont, moving northeast at 20. And that is for radar indicated tornado. So that would be this area right in here. Some very, very broad rotation up here towards Truman. Would not get too excited about that. But that is a severe thunderstorm warning for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that is for southwestern Blue Earth, northwestern Faribault, northeastern Martin, and southeastern Watonwan counties until 8:30. 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1 inch hail. And then farther back towards Worthington, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Jackson and northeastern Nobles County until 8:15. That storm is near Worthington, moving east at 35. It contains half-dollar-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then farther back into South Dakota, currently no warnings. Actually, not really much activity at all. So right now, most of the activity is in central Wisconsin, really along the Wisconsin 29 corridor. You've got severe thunderstorm warnings in Green Bay that cover from Lake Michigan back through De Pere and Green Bay, back to Seymour, back to Nichols and Mondule, and then back through Clintonville, Shawano, and then all the way back almost to Stevens Point. Lots of flood warnings through that area as well. A flood advisory for Portage and Wood counties. I just hit the wrong thing. Flood advisory for Marathon and Portage counties. until 9. Flood warning expires in 3 hours. That's for Wisconsin River. Those are just localized rivers. Flash flood warning expires in 2 hours, and that is for southwestern Marathon, northwestern Portage, and northern Wood counties in Wisconsin. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect around Neillsville, and that is in Clark County, I believe. Yeah, southeastern Clark County, and that's for a storm moving east at 30 over Neillsville. Quarter-sized hail is the threat with that storm. Winds less than 50 miles an hour. Just to the south of that, in southeastern Clark County, you have another severe thunderstorm 8 miles southeast of Neillsville, moving east at 30 with quarter-sized hail. And then a much larger warning for Jackson County and northwestern Monroe until 8:30, and that is for a storm with 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. And that warning back towards Blair, back towards Blair here, that is still in effect for another 8 minutes. I was looking when that was last updated. They may let that one expire just because the storms behind it are not severe. Let's see if we have an update on our tornado warning. Yes, we do. Severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado 6 miles south of Waldorf or 20 miles northwest of Albert Lee, moving east at 20. So that is areas of northeastern Faribault, northwestern Freeborn, and southern Waseca counties in Minnesota. Again, that's 6 miles south of Waldorf or 20 miles northwest of Albert Lee, moving east at 25. $half sized hail and a tornado possible on that warning. We still have our thunderstorm warning down in Faribault and Freeborn counties until 8:45 for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And also one back here in southwestern Blue Earth, northwestern Faribault, northeastern Martin, and southeastern Watonwan counties until 8:30 for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then our storm way back, and that is back over Worthington. We're moving east at 35 with 1.5 inch hail or $half sized and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and 1.25 inch hail was observed. So that storm is definitely hailing. Tornado 14 miles southeast of Spencer, Iowa, moving east at 35. That is a confirmed tornado north of Webb in Iowa. Rush Lake, Silver Lake, and Ayrshire by 8 o'clock. So about 7 minutes from now. And Curlew about 8:10. Emmitsburg Municipal Airport, Ayrshire, Curlew, and Mallard are in the path of that tornadic storm as well. Severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning rather, was issued for east central Kossuth, northwestern Hancock, and southwestern Winnebago counties in north central Iowa for a storm capable of producing a tornado over Union Slough or 12 miles northwest of, or northeast rather, of Algona, moving east at 40. Quarter-sized hail and tornado were the threats with that storm. And unfortunately, we're kind of in that dead zone. Too far from Sioux Falls, too far from La Crosse, way too far from Des Moines, and fairly far from Minneapolis. It's really hard to tell what's where. But the one thing I will point out is we're looking at the Minneapolis radar. Yeah, we're getting farther away from the radar site, but even the cells up here in Wabasha and Goodhue County, Owatonna, back towards Waseca, notice they're much broader. They're big, I don't want to say fuzzy areas, but fuzzy areas, because there's not a distinct storm structure to them that's visible on the radar. They're very large thunderstorms. Yes, they're producing hail. Yes, they can produce strong winds, but we're not seeing the individual supercell structures that we were seeing. There's still a couple of areas in Iowa that are showing that kind of structure. The storm up here by Minnesota Lake that's moving over here towards Heartland and New Richland, that storm was looking much more intense, but it's really hitting an area where it's not being able to support itself. You saw some rotation, a couple of pockets of rotation in there. Those are south of Waldorf, north of Wells, and that would be south and west of New Richland and almost due west of Heartland. But with all the storms around it, especially this big cell down here moving in from Blue Earth towards Albert Lee, that will cut off the moisture supply to this storm and make it really hard for it to do anything. Now, having said that, let's look back over here towards Dodge Center and that storm along 14 that moved through Owatonna. And that's starting to show some signs of rotation here just west of Claremont. So that's about to move out of Steele County into Dodge County. So we'll see a changeover of who's issuing the warnings there, because that would go from Minneapolis to La Crosse. Okay. Yeah, these storms are really starting to turn into what I would call garden variety, well, not garden variety, but typical thunderstorms, not the tornadic supercells that we were seeing earlier. This is more of your long line of severe storms versus, there we go. I was like, did they just drop that warning? No. So we have a severe thunderstorm near Amboy, 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That will be in effect until 8:30 for about another 33 minutes. And that is for southwestern Blue Earth, northwestern Faribault, and northeastern Martin counties. Truman, Vernon Center, Amboy, Winnebago, and Delavan in the path of the storm. So that's this cell right here. They did clear out Watonwan County, as that storm has almost completely cleared the county. Still some rain in far southwestern parts of the county by South Branch and Louisville, but the severe storm part is actually well into the other counties. Trying to get some more activity going in the Southwest Metro here, and it keeps trying, but it just never quite gets there. I'm gonna take a peek at something real quick, see if I can ew, make it out. Okay. Um, I don't know if I'm gonna have enough resolution for this. I'm gonna try it though. Ooh. Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, nope. Okay. What I was looking for is to see if I could still see that little bit of a fine line, but unfortunately, we've gone far enough into the nighttime hours. Yeah, it's mushy. Okay. I was gonna say I would be surprised if the front was still as far north as it was. So, I have an update to things. A lot of updates to things. Holy cow. Okay. Ugh, go away. Keeps trying to tell me about things I don't care about. Eastern Kansas. West central to central Wisconsin threat for tornadoes will continue through the evening. Upscale growth. Supercells. Two supercells are going west and northeast of Black River Falls. That's these two. So these two cells are what the Storm Prediction Center is looking at for Wisconsin, is these two. And okay. So right now they're not as concerned about the possibility of large hail with these storms as they are with these storms still having substantial rotation and could produce tornadoes. The other thing they're looking at is if these two cells start to move to the south. So what may happen is they may take a bit of a right turn and try to get farther into this warm, moist air. If that's the case, right moving supercells are never good. They almost always produce tornadoes. So that's why they're looking at that. Nope, still no update. Okay. But Storm Prediction Center is they've looked at our area. They've already commented on it that they expected this area to form into a very messy line and just move east, predominantly starting to produce more and more large hail, or large hail, but high winds, not large hail. So it'll be interesting to see what actually develops with this. And what we may see is we may see where it almost have to be La Crosse at this point because these storms are all about to move out of the Minneapolis warning area. But I could see La Crosse drawing a warning from Wabasha down to Austin and just slapping that in there, the nice big polygon, and saying, yep, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, and we're going to leave it here for an hour. And it won't work quite yet because of the way the line is shaped. If it was a little bit more filled in the areas between Albert Lee and Owatonna, if that went more south as opposed to going more southwest and then kind of a jog back over into northwestern Iowa, that would work. But as it is, with that curve in there, they'd have to issue two and they'd have to split it. So you'd have to have a warning that basically went from Blooming Prairie to Stewartville over towards La Crosse and north. And then eventually you'd have to have another one that went south and went across the I-90 corridor and then followed Minnesota 16 across to La Crosse. And then, of course, you might have to eventually issue another one much later for the storm moving out of Worthington. But that's got a couple of counties to go before it even gets into the Minneapolis warning area. All right. This is the kind of calming down I was kind of hoping we would see. So we still have a couple of warnings out here in Wisconsin. Even that's calming down. So Green Bay over to Lake Michigan, that has a severe thunderstorm warning. The severe thunderstorm warning out here towards Arpin and Vesper, back down into more rural parts of western Wood County, with a little bit of a warning left in southwestern Taylor County, south and west of Neillsville. A large warning out here for Jackson County and western Buffalo County. And that warning will probably be in effect for a while. That storm is not moving all that quickly. It really isn't. And even the hail sizes are coming down on that one. They have the warning down to below an inch. It's the 60-mile-an-hour winds that have the warning for it now at this point. Looking at Dodge County, 2-inch hail observed. Where was that? It doesn't say. So it's probably over here in our area. I'm zooming in here. 2.25-inch hail, 2 miles northeast of Owatonna, reported 20 minutes ago. That's southeast, not northeast, but okay. I was wondering why they had moved this up to an observed 2-inch hail considerable threat, and I know why. Storm south of Waseca. 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. There's also another cell back towards Janesville, and another little cell trying to form up south of Eagle Lake and Mankato. The cell up here by Waseca is really a northern extension of this tornadic storm that is tornado warned down here by New Richland. And I'm kind of curious how much longer that warning is going to be around. Let me look at velocity real quick. Nope, that will still be tornado warned for a little while longer. Okay. And then we have a bigger warning that was just issued here about 20 minutes ago. And that is for southeastern Faribault and southwestern Freeborn counties until 8:45. And that is that cell that was moving out of Blue Earth and been following I-90. And then back behind, we have our trailer, which is our storm back here north and east of Worthington. And that has got 1.5 inch hail observed, 60-mile-an-hour winds are radar indicated, and a tornado possible tag on that one. And that's going to be down towards Okabena and Brewster. And I'm not sure which way that one's moving. I didn't check. That storm is moving east. I thought so. So it's going to run and ride just north of 90. So it'll go just to the north of Jackson. It might clip Fairmont. There we go. I was like, they did not just cancel that watch. Okay. Okay, they did reissue or extended the tornado warning for Matawan, Freeport, and New Richland, 15 miles northwest of Albert Lee, moving east at 25. That warning is in effect for another 10 minutes. So they will probably reissue that, probably right up to the county line over here. So if you're in Clarks Grove, Ellendale, Hollandale, Geneva, you're probably going to see a tornado warning here, and that is for this storm that's been rotating quite a bit southwest of New Richland. And just looking, Steele County, you're not going to get out of this severe thunderstorm warning for a little while. You've got right as you finally clear out of the one that you're in, the storm that you're in, which is now moving into Dodge County. You're going to have another one move in from Waseca, and it's going to move into more of Rice County. Once that moves through, there's another storm behind it by Janesville. After that, then you probably will be done for the night. Otherwise, there's a severe thunderstorm warning down along I-90 to the Iowa border, and that is for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Just looking here. Be very curious to see also what the Storm Prediction Center does with this tornado watch. Because this tornado watch expires in 2 hours. That'll expire at 10 o'clock. And there's still a long ways for these storms to go. So I'm wondering if they're going to wind up extending it. Flash flood. Ooh. So things have gotten serious over here. Southeastern Marathon County, Northern Portage County, Northern Outagamie County, Shawano County, and Northern Waupaca County. All this is in Wisconsin. Flash flood warning, considerable threat until 2 a.m. Local law enforcement reporting heavy rain. 2 to 3 inches of rain have fallen. Additional amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible. Life-threatening flash flooding and thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Law enforcement reported. And this will include some fairly major areas. Stevens Point, Shawano, Clintonville, Mosinee, Pulaski, Whiting, Brevant, Wittenberg, Embarrass, Navarino Wildlife Area, Plover, Seymour, Stockton, Knowlton, Belle Plaine, Angelica, and Bondule. And so that is this red box right here. Or sorry, yeah, it's the red box. The green watch is a flood watch. There's a flood advisory in there too. It's way too many flood things right there. Is what's happening. But yeah, that red polygon from Stevens Point all the way over, that is all one big flash flood warning with a considerable tag on it. This poor storm does not want to clear out of Clark County. Moving east at 30. That storm has not. I say it's moving east at 30, but that storm is just not going anywhere. Oof. Quarter-sized hail. Yeah. And I'm curious about that one because I'm sure La Crosse would like to see that warning go away because that and the Jackson County storm are the only two warnings they have left. It's kind of like Chanhassen is probably going, please let this line get across I-35. Let's La Crosse have it. We don't want it anymore. But right now, unless something really changes here in the next half an hour or so, I still have the tornado warning down here by New Richland. That I have a feeling is going to be extended farther to the east. But the rest, almost all the rest of these severe thunderstorm warnings are for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, and they're all most of them are radar indicated. Not really a reason for me to stay live. When we were looking at the large hail, the tornado threats in multiple places, yeah, that's very valid for me to be alive. But for what I would call garden variety severe thunderstorm warnings, where it's 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1 inch hail, it's kind of the borderline for a severe thunderstorm warning to be issued. Yeah, there's a lot of them, but as I've mentioned, these storms are starting to really come together. That area down here, sorry, I just noticed the area down here between Albert Lee and Northwood and Lake Mills. That area is starting to bow out. There's going to be some strong winds right there along the state line. So Emmons, this is a nice little town. I've been there a couple times. And then areas right here along 69, US 69, US 65, and 35, right along the state line. So areas like Lyle, Glenville, Myrtle, Northwood, Taylor, Tooterville, Stacyville, McIntyre, and even over to Lime Springs in Iowa, Glenville, Myrtle, London, Rose Creek, Adams, Tiope, Leroy, and Ostrander in Minnesota. You're all probably going to see some very intense winds with this system. And we have a new extension to our severe thunderstorm warning out here by Worthington for Jackson County in southwestern Minnesota. That's over Heron Lake, or 14 miles northeast of Worthington, moving east at 30 with 2 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And those are both radar indicated with a considerable tag on them. Okay. And that tornado warning is expiring in 3 minutes. So we'll see here very shortly if Chanhassen Minneapolis Weather Service decides to expand that out. Will be allowed to expire. The storm is weakened below severe limits and no longer appears capable of producing a tornado. That is the update just now from Chanhassen, so that warning will drop. So we're going to have our severe thunderstorm warnings up here in Dodge County and Steele County. We have severe thunderstorm warnings down along in the I-90 corridor from areas around Brush Creek and Frost over towards Mansfield, Twin Lakes, Albert Lee, moving off towards Austin. And then we have our bigger warning back here for Jackson County in southwestern Minnesota for radar indicated 2 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gust until 9 p.m. It is 8:15-ish, 8:13. Monday, April the 13th. I had to remind myself of where I was and when I was. So it's been a quick 5 hours. I didn't realize 5 hours had flown by that fast. And oh, I see what's happening. I was trying to figure out what this little line of showers was. It's from Glencoe down towards Lakeville here. I'm like, what is, oh, that's outflow coming across the boundary from all these storms, which isn't really doing a whole lot. I mean, there's another little pocket of it here from Woodbury over to River Falls. But, what we got? Okay, so the Steele County warning just expired. I don't know if they'll reissue that one. I'll be surprised. Same thing with the tornado warning down here by New Richland, Heartland. So I think what's about to happen is we are about to drop down to the Jackson County warning, the Dodge County warning, and then the two warnings down here along I-90. That is all. Yeah, there's that severe thunderstorm warning on the Iowa side. Yeah. 3/4 inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds in Worth and eastern Winnebago counties, north central Iowa. And that's that line extending from near Albert Lee to Lake Mills down to Leland in Iowa. And that's got 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And that's radar indicated. But that is that Boeing segment here that I had looked at and went, that looks like it's going to produce some strong winds. Yeah. We now have a 70-mile-an-hour warning for southeastern Freeborn County. That just got issued a few minutes ago for 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Again, that's that Boeing echo down along the state line. So that's areas along 35 and east over towards Mower County. Okay. I'm just waiting to watch these two warnings pop off here. There we go. Oh, that looks so much better. Yeah, so we're down to the Jackson County, Minnesota warning out by Lakefield and Jackson. And I'm clarifying because we also have a substantial severe thunderstorm threat out here in Jackson County, Wisconsin. And that will continue until 8:30. And they're saying penny-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So the hail size has come down to only 3/4 of an inch, but 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that storm had been producing quite a lot of hail for a very long time. But zooming out to the big picture here, in Iowa, we do have tornado warnings. 14 miles southeast of Spencer, damaging tornado. That update is 20 minutes old. That's kind of surprising. Or Jackson County storm. Otherwise, there is nothing back in Sioux Falls coverage area. Once you get past that storm in Jackson County, there's a shower west of Mitchell, but it's a shower. Um, yeah, there's not much going on in Sioux Falls. La Crosse, you've had it go to your north. I mean, National Weather Service La Crosse has been busy as can be from Wabasha over to Black River Falls. They will continue to be busy for a little bit as they cover Toma, and I don't believe they may cover Mauston. It's one of those, the boundaries for who covers what county over here get really strange. And I believe that Portage, Baraboo, and Mauston up towards Strong's Prairie, that is all covered by Green Bay, I believe. I'm not sure about that one. Again, with the not in our really into our coverage, it's actually getting fairly outside of our area. Okay, so yeah, we're down to Dodge County now with 1.5 inch hail observed. And that is as of just a second ago, 8:16. Dodge Center, Mantreville, and Caisson, or Casson, 1.5 inch hail observed. I wish it would say where. Probably Dodge Center would be my guess. We have the warnings. Oh, go away. We have the warnings down here. Albert Lee. Um, so it's southeastern Faribault and southwestern Freeborn counties until 8:45. So about another 25 minutes on that one. And that is for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. And then on the other side of I-35 in southeastern Freeborn County, it is 70-mile-an-hour winds and 1 inch hail in that front of that Boeing segment along the state line. So areas from Lake Mills, north of Mason City, so Northwood Manley, up to Albert Lee, and over towards Moscow, Minnesota, down towards Grafton, Iowa. That area is bowing out, so there's some strong winds in that, and that's why those warnings have been issued with 70-mile-an-hour radar indicated on them. Otherwise, we have the Jackson County severe thunderstorm warning for 2 inch radar indicated hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that will expire in 41 minutes at 9 o'clock. There is nothing really behind this main line that runs from Jackson County, Minnesota, up through southern Blue Earth, up into Waseca County to Dodge County, and over towards Olmsted County, up to Wabasha County. There's nothing behind it. It's that line in front, and it's mostly the southern portion, south of I-90, that still has severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings on it. We do still have the one warning in Dodge County. We have one back in Jackson County. But otherwise, a lot of these storms are no longer severe. They're producing a lot of heavy rain. They're producing some wind. But as of right now, we're not looking at the widespread warnings that we had even an hour ago. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I am going to wrap coverage for now. What I'm going to do is just drop me off of it, and you know what? With the warnings not working, it's pointless for me to leave the warning stream up because it doesn't work. Um, Probably not going to fight with that one tonight. That's pick your battles kind of a thing, and I don't feel like battling that one tonight. Battling with this Mac was enough. I don't want to deal with the other server that handles that warning software. So I'm just going to wait and see. 24 minutes, 39, 39, 39. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I've got other sources showing me the radar data. I'm going to keep an eye on this. If anything changes or a new tornado warning is issued, I'll be back on. Otherwise, showers and thunderstorms will continue through southeastern Minnesota. Areas from Wabasha to Rochester to Albert Lee, south and east of that towards La Crosse, you've not really had much of anything today. That's going to change. These storms are going to blow through. They're going to produce lightning, wind, rain. You may see some hail in it. But the strong winds are going to be the bigger issue going forward. And I think that may be something that develops a little later, and that may not happen until into Wisconsin. But areas, I mean, even Winona down towards Harmony, that's that Houston County and oh, La Crescent County, which is not it. Winona County, thank you. That area could see some stronger winds into La Crosse, but I have not seen really much organizational indication other than this area down by Albert Lee that it's really going to try to do that. So with that, as I said, I'm going to be monitoring this for a little while. Not sure if I will be back tonight. Like I said, if there's new tornado warnings or we suddenly get into a line of considerable or destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, I'll come back on for a little while. Otherwise, have a great night, and we will do a wrap up tomorrow. Taking a look at our nice weather for the rest of the week, and we won't talk about the weekend because the S word comes back into the forecast. Yeah, you heard me. Went from tornado watches to snow in a week. Gotta love the upper Midwest weather, don't you? Again, have a great night. I am John Lamb, Chief Forecaster here at Black Sheep Weather.